Okay.
Okay, we are live. Presumably a slight delay because, yeah, Kyle did a thing. Shame on him.
I doubt it. This sounds like fake news. Someone forgot to tell a certain programmer some valuable information about having a guest today, didn't you? Didn't you?
Incorrect, Kyle.
He's like, no,
Here's
he
the article you wanted. You little whinger. Look at that.
There we go. Oh, hey, we were just talking about that the other day.
It's kind of disgusting in its own way, but, well, there it is. Today, we have ourselves another special guest, V, the thieving Romanian.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Oh, very welcome. How are you doing, V?
I'm stealing people's hearts.
Oh,
That's one way to look at it, sure.
Very festive of you.
So today we're gonna just do a little bit of a generalistic talk, really, about gatekeeping, actually, and our hobbies and how we stand really in this the Lord's year of 2021 as we are heading towards the end of yet another awful year of rampant censorship and general slaughter of YouTubers. As V has a theory that suggests that every Christmas, Susan dresses up like Krampus and goes around to people's channels with coal.
True. It's called the Great Purge of Christmas, the December to remember.
Luckily, here we are a very non-politically biased channel. We have developed a very, what is it? What's the terminology here? Neutral outlook. Yes, there we go.
Love
No.
neutral outlooks.
We use no hard R's here, neither of the C or the N variant, because that gets you banned as well. And oh my, what a tragic thing! Both Piker and Vosh yeeted off the internet on the same day. What an absolute tragedy!
I know. A dark day for humanity.
Hard as well, like Hassan Piker.
That one actually did catch me a little bit by surprise because Hassan America deserves 9/11 Piker. I figured he was pretty much immune, honestly, but no, apparently not.
He got banned then as well. I think it was like 2 weeks.
Yeah, but it took like 2 or 3 days of mass media outrage. Like, not CNN, but Fox News ran like articles on it for like 3 days.
CNN would have probably approved with it. That was like
Probably. Like, now we go to our next analyst. Why did America deserve this?
it's a bad thing to say, but we have free speech and we must uphold the right of people to say whatever they want. I mean, America is what it's found.
It's weird how that line usually comes out, yes. Like, hold on, we have free speech. Really? I feel like you've been arguing against this. Well, what was the famous line again? Private companies can do whatever they want.
Unless you're Parler, then you need to do what other people want.
And yes, in case you're Parler and Facebook organizes an attack on the Capitol, in which case, yeah, screw you.
Oh my god. Well, it's not only that, it's like the Facebook whistleblower. We need to start regulating Facebook because they have the whistleblower.
Ah, the Facebook of whistleblower.
Yes, she's writing a book now. She's getting a book deal.
Kyle, chat is complaining that you've muted V. Why did you do this?
I've already adjusted his volume. You gotta set
Hello.
your streams to low latency so we can get instant feedback. Well, 30-second feedback.
Maybe one day I'll be able to hear you too.
This is a you problem. V, you can hear me fine, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Arch has, like, for whatever reason, he's like, let's make Kib's 2%. And he's like, wow, I can't hear Kib. As he's murdering me in some game or something. I was like, stop!
Might be selective hearing on occasion, yes.
By the way, Arch, did you know they're making 4, not 3, but 4 Dune games?
4?
Yeah, Dune suddenly got very popular again, didn't it?
One
Spill
of them is
beans.
a 4X game. They actually announced it.
Yeah, we saw
Not
that.
just a 4X game, V. A real-time 4X game.
What?
Yep.
Yes.
That's the
That
Dune
sounds
one.
awful.
Yes. It kind of does.
Sounds really awful. Why would they do that?
It's also looks like it's weirdly hex-based and real-time, which is strange.
How would it even work? Like, why?
I don't know.
No.
The developers are
No.
like, let's do this.
Take it back. Take it
You know,
back.
I just really hope we get a Dune RTS from the likes of like Dune 2000 or something. That'd be
Wait,
sick.
hold on. Are there any 4X real-time games ever made? Stellaris?
Stellaris is
Oh,
grand
not really
strategy.
a 4X game. Like, not in that, because Stellaris is like, it's based on nodes and space systems. Like, this looks like Civ, but played in real time somehow.
To answer V's question, I think there is one. It's called Sins of a Solar Empire. I think that's as close as you get.
I think
Yeah,
that's
but
also turn-based.
Yeah, it's still node-based. It's still not like Civ 4X style.
Yeah, but it's also real time.
What if
Yeah,
it's
but
like,
again, like-
Well, 4X
Oh,
doesn't
God.
mean that it's, Civ based. It's just like real time.
No, but Kyle, we know what the Dune one looks like, so are you bringing up a completely different one?
I was
Right.
answering V's question because V just asked, and Chad also
okay,
says.
what if it's like Total Warhammer, like it's turn-based in the map, but then when you actually go into the combat, it's real time?
I think that could work, but it didn't look like it. It looked like just Civ, where you had like units moving on the map and stuff.
Yeah, they're moving in real time from the footage. At least that really looked that way.
Yes.
But maybe it's just like a presentation, like it's not the actual game.
Why would they call it real time then?
Yeah, that would be weird.
Now you're making my head hurt. Stop it, V.
Oh, damn it. So the other games, like I think 2 of them must be mobile games. I mean, it's a must.
Please, God, no.
Well, we know 2 of them. The one is Dune Spice Wars, so that's the real-time 4X thing.
Hmm?
The second one is also Funcom, we know that, and they've said that it's going to be like Conan Exiles, basically, some kind of survival-y, craftery kind of thing.
Oh God.
That doesn't really fit, but all right.
Why can't
fits
we?
fucking perfectly. It's Dune.
Yeah, but, like-
survival-y, crafty game sounds exactly like what Dune would be, frankly.
But like the good Dune games, like Dune 2, Dune, the original Dune by Westwood, which was an RPG, or Dune 2 or Dune 2000.
Yeah.
Those were RTSs and
Emperor Battle
RPGs.
Force,
Yeah, that one too. That's actually the spiritual successor to Dune 2000.
Can we not have that?
I want that. I
Give
want
me
that with the
that.
FMV
I want-
videos.
And I want the Ordos, like House Ordos is kick ass, yeah.
You fucking war crime.
Well, you can't have that because you're getting a survival crafting game and you're getting a real-time 4X game. That's what you're getting.
And what
No
what am
amount
I
of complaining will stop this.
like what am I supposed to craft in a fucking desert? Because it's like, okay, you get the city, it's like just one city on the entire planet. And then you have desert and
Well-
worms. Like
Well, there are more
First and
settlements than
foremost,
Arrakis.
you need to craft a burqa from the local available plant life. Otherwise, you will be stoned to death.
You need a water suit, the
Oh
skin
my
suit
God.
thingy.
yeah.
But seriously, I have a hard time seeing like the problem is with like those survival crafting games, like there's like biome diversity, so there's a lot of different places to explore. Like this is Arrakis. There's gonna be some canyons, some sand, some rocks, some sand.
some more sand. Yes, like that's my point. It's just sand. Like why would I want to explore Arrakis? No.
Unless they're like gonna have
Well-
some sort of ruins from previous wars or some crashed ships or something.
No, because they're under the sand. The
Yeah,
sand
they would've been-
is everywhere.
You can dig the sand.
Yeah,
Just
dig it.
like you dig.
Yeah, and you know what's under the sand, Arch?
More sand.
Yeah,
But there might be
exactly.
rocks under the sand.
There
too, you
might
know?
be rocks. He's got a could be a worm too.
There's absolutely a significant percentage chance that there might be rocks beneath the sand.
Worm, maybe some spice melange.
And to be fair, like there are a lot of interesting little potential ideas here, right? Like look at Conan Exiles, right? Conan Exiles has a lot of cool ideas. The slavery system. Slavery is a cool idea, absolutely. We should try that out in real life sometime too.
Jesus Christ.
Arch.
Where
Cancelled.
you can bind the NPCs to the wheel that made Conan super strong, which sounds like a bad idea. Like, it sounds like you're breeding an army of fucking insurrectionists here, but details. And you can make them do like food production and metalworking, and you can automate your base, which is a really neat idea. And it's got all kinds of dungeons with boss battles. Another really cool idea. The problem is just that the combat is the survival crafty combat. You know, slow, boring, uninteresting. If you're lucky, you have a dodge roll and maybe a heavy attack.
Kind of like Gothic, I guess.
Yeah, but even more basic.
More basic than No, that can't be possible.
Oh yes, it can be.
Jesus.
I wonder if it's based on the board game, the 4X game, because the board game was kind of interesting.
What, the
Was
Dune
the
one?
board game real time?
No, it wasn't.
No.
But it still might be based on
Theoretically, the
some
board
of it.
game is real time, Kyle. You all play at the same time. You silly Kyle.
Shut up, Birch.
This is the thing, if I don't mind, like the survival crafting thing, okay, cool. That is potentially interesting genre, but they need to do a lot more with it. Like, it needs to have much better combat, it needs to have much better dungeons, or you know what would be really interesting actually? Imagine actually doing like a guerrilla campaign. Like, it's a survivally crafty game of sorts, but you have to swear allegiance to one of the houses, and you have to wage like an active guerrilla war, or at the very least avoid like patrolling armies or something.
See, you're saying all these things that sound cool, but what I'm expecting is gonna be just like Conan reskinned. There's some like Harkonnen dudes that just sort of spawn, and they're like level 3 Harkonnen dude, and it's like, okay.
And then you can capture them, tie a rope around their right leg, put them on a wheel, and they're now cooks.
Listen, and this one you'll be able to drain them for water.
Well, they have Ordos at least.
Do they? Ordos?
I doubt it, because
Ordos
is not an official faction.
Yeah, it's a Westwood faction. Westwood's...
Yeah, so if anyone would have the copyright to that, it would be EA? Wouldn't it?
Well, no, hold on. It's actually in the books. Like, they mention it, but I think it's like a minor house. Like
It is super minor. Like, yeah. Westwood is the one that gave them all their quote-unquote fluff.
But if it is actually mentioned in the books, then they could do them. They wouldn't be that House Ordos. They would be something akin to it that looks like it, maybe.
I mean, the idea of having a house that's about subterfuge and it kind of works, because you have the Atreides, which are all about nobility and just leadership, and then you have the Harkonnen that are all about just evil,
pure, unadulterated evil.
Yeah, and then you have like something in the middle, which is just like a mercenary and it's like opportunistic, like a snake. It's kind of cool.
Well, don't get me wrong, Dune is a lovely book, and I hear the other ones are slowly getting shitter the farther on you progress. But Frank Herbert's, he was very much so an old school author, where shit was often very, very, how do you say? Extreme? Yes, pure evil versus pure good.
Yeah, I hear like one of the things he keeps doing is like he's taking sympathetic characters and then making them pure evil. Like, for example, you have the God Emperor, which actually is Atreides' son, and he turns humanity into just like the worst dictatorship ever imagined. Like, he starves entire planets, and he forces humanity back into a medieval age.
Basically,
yes, Paul.
Yeah.
Yep, it's to deal with the whole spice thing. He's trying to wean them off the addiction, if I remember right.
The problem being that spice is also what basically runs the entire bloody galaxy, so, you know.
Yep.
Stopping using it is
not easy, and it's
gonna
causing
be a bit of a problem.
A lot of people.
Because apparently, like, they used to have computers that could do what the spice does. But they had like the bootleg jihad or something like that, like something against the AI, and they destroyed all computers, and that's why they can't travel without the spice.
Gosh darn jihads again.
Good old-fashioned navigator guilds, am I right?
I definitely do think that the Dune universe does have a lot of potential for more video games. It's just all of them are being developed by Funcom, and whilst Funcom is a Norwegian company, and that would normally mean that they were obviously pure quality and nothing wrong whatsoever, in reality, their track record is a hint spotty, on occasion.
What else did Funcom make?
They made the Conan
thing they're
RTS.
most famous for is, I think, the Myst series.
Oh yeah, I remember those. I played them
What?
as a kid. They were good.
Yep.
They made those games? I didn't even fucking know. Okay.
Let me see what else they made, because it sounds very familiar, but I just can't.
They make mediocrity. A
Yeah,
lot
I agree.
of mediocrity.
Oh, they made Conan. They make Conan. Yeah, they're making Dune. Oh yeah, the Mutant Road to Eden thing.
Yeah,
Kinda
that
meh.
thing that was way too overhyped.
Oh, they made Dreamfall, The Locust Journey. Get the fuck out. That's not mediocre. That's really good.
Yeah, but that was in 2006, mind you.
That is true. Yeah.
They also made The Secret World, which was a really interesting idea for an MMO, but would probably have made just a vastly superior RPG.
Oh yeah, the one where you get to choose the secret faction and you're fighting against the conspiracy and whatnot.
Yeah, it's all based on all kinds of mythology. There's a lot of Cthulhu in there. Like there's an entire chapter which is just the Innsmouth harbor, basically, with the fishy people.
I wish I had played it then. But it came
It
out
was a
during
cool
World of
idea,
Warcraft.
but again, it was kind of ruined by the fact that it's an MMO. It's like, okay, all of
Yeah.
this story, all of this intrigue, fight another level 5 monster for a bit.
Yeah, and it was also like during World of Warcraft, and they expect you to pay monthly for it. So
Yeah, it was developed during the time when everyone was doing this because everyone thought, like, oh, people will just pay us an infinite amount of money to play a video game forever. Pretty cool.
hey, at least they
And-
didn't get a sexual lawsuit.
That's true, yet, mind you. You know, you never know, but.
Nah, I don't think they're woke enough for a sexual lawsuit.
So, what is your take on Blizzard wanting to touch so many women?
Well, the more woke a company becomes, the more likely it is they're going to be hit with a lawsuit.
That seems to be correct, but why? Why does woke mean touching so many women?
I don't think it's touching many women. I think you're hiring the type of women that will interpret anything as being harassment.
See, I actually think it's more insidious than that again.
Hmm.
I think it's not just that they hire people who are willing to interpret things in creative ways, shall we say, but I also believe that they've finally figured out that, hey, hold on, this is actually a lot of societal power I have here. Like, I can get the CEO potentially fired if I just kick up enough of a stink, and no one will question me because you do not get to question the narrative. You do
Yes.
not question victims.
Yes, absolutely. Like, for example, do you remember the thing where they were talking about drunk people, crawling around booths and whatnot?
Yeah, the cube crawl, as they called it.
Yeah, I actually talked with a guy who worked at Blizzard, and he explained to me what those were. He said that when you had a couple of people in the company and you wanted to celebrate something, you would just go to a bar. But the problem is, like, Blizzard became so large that they just started having the celebrations in the office. So, like, once a year, they would have a celebration where all the employees would gather, and they would just, have like everyone would design their cubicle to be like, gadgets on or Diablo or something like that. And it was like this fun game where you just crawl from cubicle to cubicle, and like everyone would have some drink there, and you would like look at the cubicle how it's designed, and you'd have a sip of the drink, and then you'd go to the next cubicle. Like that.
So it's nothing like the way it was presented, where this was just random drunk people crawling from space to space, shit-faced drunk.
I mean, maybe they were shit-faced drunk because like it was a party, and
Yeah,
like
but it was at a party. It wasn't just a random drunk, basically.
no,
Some random day.
yeah, like the way it's presented, it sounds like people at Blizzard were just like during working hours they were completely drunk and they were just crawling through cubicles and whatnot.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Like people show up to work like just shit-faced.
Yeah, this is why I didn't believe it. I was like, how can you run a company like that? I mean, there's no way that anyone would be able to run a company where people go drunk at work, and instead of just coding or doing whatever they're paid to do.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't think so, no.
Yeah. But like the moral of the story is like if you're in California and you never drink at parties. Like work parties, big no. Just stay sober. Don't touch any alcohol.
Don't even attend. Fuck it.
So social distance from the women especially. Like make absolutely sure that if she has like a colorful hair, like you social distance 5 meters apart at all times.
Don't touch that with a thong.
No.
It's there was another one from Sony a while ago where one of the male executives, he would simply just refuse to be in a room with a woman. And if forced, he would just not talk to her. He would just sit as far away as possible and just like, no.
Yeah, I mean, like some people say, oh my God, that is so ridiculous. It's like, yeah, it's ridiculous if you apply the previous culture. But now in a culture where you believe the victim, well, what else do you have? Like, how else can you defend yourself? It's like Mike
Pence. You don't have witnesses to prove that you didn't touch this woman. What are you going to do? I mean, it's not like this will ever get to a court. That's the thing, either. There's not going to be any... There's never a police investigation. None of this is ever reported.
No, and even before the trial ended... even before the lawsuit began, they already started firing people. It's like restructuring the company and whatnot.
They had actually fired multiple people. That was the other thing, too. The prime offenders don't even work at Blizzard, like the Avrasibi dude. He was fired. The dude who put cameras in the bathroom was obviously fired and prosecuted as well.
Well, yeah, that's
Blizzard
illegal.
was taking actions against these things, but again, that's what I mean. This isn't about actual sexual harassment or even hypersensitive women thinking they're being harassed. This, I believe, is them realizing that this is a way to actively take over the company.
Yes. By the way, Arch, do you think there's any Kotaku journalists listening to your stream?
I know there's a couple because they've written some hit pieces on me on the past.
I got a scoop for them. All right, listen. If you're from Polygon or Kotaku, you know that Bill Cosby picture. All right, well, where they named every single person in the Bill Cosby photo to make sure they're kicked out of the industry. I am curious, why didn't Kotaku ask the question that should have been asked? Who's the person that took the picture?
Ooh.
Who did take that picture?
There's the monster still in the loose.
There is the monster in the loose. Who is the person behind the camera?
I do like the butthurt of the Bill Cosby thing too, because like, I have no idea if he's guilty or not. He was a major celebrity. Did he make some unwanted approaches, perhaps? But he got railroaded so incredibly hard. Like, he was not given even a trial.
To me, that picture looked like a couple of white people celebrating diversity.
Look at us. We're very progressive a few years later.
What if the person taking the photo was a woman?
Well, Dev. Why are you Dev? V. See, you have the same number of letters in your name, so you're the same person.
And there's a V and an E, yeah.
Yes,
Arch is simple,
Dev,
okay?
V. It's fine.
Yeah, one got away. Can you imagine, like, the photographer sweating bullets, like knowing that if he wasn't behind the camera, you could have gotten in trouble as well.
He's probably still worried that his friends are going to snitch on him to drag him down.
I mean, hell, I would at that point. Like, your entire life is done, your career is over because you were in a picture and you know that one of your bastard friends got away with it. No. The secret tip lines exist for a reason, I say.
Really, Arch, would you rat on Kibbs if he is the one that took the photo?
Oh, three
Easily.
times over. Like
He's
I'd pull
such a
4 times just to
weasel.
make sure. I'd hang up, the phone would ring instantly after the I'd hang up, the phone would ring instantly after the police department. I was like, hello? Hey, I'm just checking if you received my last report.
So, like,
Okay.
Gibbs is basically there, okay?
Someone from my chat actually come up with a hypothesis. What if the person taking the photo was Bill Cosby?
Oh my god.
And they were just having a
Wamp.
mirror. It was a mirror. It wasn't a photo of Bill Cosby.
It's a really
It's a
weird
damn good
mirror. It also enhances the image at a distance. That's crazy.
I mean, you've seen what those fancy ass modern day TikTok filters and things, whatever the kids are doing with. They're very effective.
Maybe it was like a deep fake and it was never Bill Cosby. It was Obama.
I
Or
can
Bill
believe
Clinton.
that, considering that Obama is good friends with Joe Biden, and he's apparently very dodgy when it comes to the women.
But anyway, like you say that those people will never have their careers again. The thing is, like, they're very talented people. I mean, they're very talented artists. They can find work in indie.
Indie, possibly. Like they'd have to rebuild their entire career from the
It'd
ground
also have
up.
to be select indie groups, because when the
Well,
thing about the indie is there's we have our fair share of fucking flaming little nutcases too.
for example, our Blizzard friend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's making more Eki games right now, and apparently he's trying
Help
to
me.
get some of the Bill Cosby guys on his team. So it's not like they're going to have problem finding work.
I mean,
I
it's
used to make World of Warcraft. Now I just draw deeds.
Yeah.
it's still an
Mini
unforgivable
teas.
thing. Like, yeah, at least they have an alternative, but that's still not good enough. They should be
I mean,
able to be reinstated.
yeah, in a perfect world they would. But to be honest, it's like it's so weird seeing a Blizzard developer making a hentai game, because it looks to be like the most how should I say, uh, the most developed and the most polished hentai game that I have ever seen in my life. It even has cutscenes.
See, that's the thing, though, right? There's no reason why a modern day hentai game shouldn't look just as great as any other video game.
Well, it's the fact that banks will not do business with you, so it's a lot more hard to get resources in order to make a AAA game.
I see. I don't know about that. I'm pretty sure you can get a loan. Like,
Even without the loan, if you open up a Patreon or Subscribe Star and you're able to get in the right circles and start generating traction, you will explode. And once you get self-sustaining revenue, because I know tons of little hentai devs, and we know a mutual friend named Bobby Q, that we and I both know. And if you can get going, if you can get your Patreon off the ground, if you can get your Subscribe Star, whatever your crowdsourcing fund comes from, you can self-sustain your funding without having to go to anyone else, which is fantastic. If you can get that.
But I don't want hentai games to be popular. Like I don't. I know it's weird, but I start to understand the people who said, like, "Hey, I read Playboy for the stories." Like, there are people who play hentai games because the gameplay is actually good, and it's a lot better than what you get to see with like average games like Assassin's Creed or whatnot.
no,
Fair enough.
absolutely. There's a ton of heavy story focused hentai games that are absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Like Saya no Uta, for example, or Muvalov. Both are fantastically written.
Even Subverse, like, it's got good jokes. I mean, I cracked, like, when they started making fun of Tim Pool in Subverse, I couldn't stop laughing.
Arch got sad
Poor
over it.
Timple.
Arch was like, no.
I wish they wouldn't. See, both of them are being retards in this, in my opinion, because they're on the same bloody side.
I don't think they are.
No.
Oh no. Like, okay, whose side is? Which one would be better off in a room full of SJWs? Let's put it like that.
That's not quite how this works, though. Like,
That
people
is
don't
how this works.
people don't put aside their
Actu-
differences.
Actually, fun fact, like, it might be that the people in charge of Subverse might be getting a little bit social justice-y.
Well, that's the thing. the
Arch is
people
like,
who are like making it, a lot of those are from another company as well. Like a lot of the social media and all of that are other people, non-studio FOW people.
Yeah. But there was like a complaint, like what was the controversy? Because there was like a big oh yeah, the
Arch
fact that
was the
one of them,
controversy.
like one of the developers, got an interview with you, and then it was like this big huge asterisk in the company because saying, no, we're making porn games here, and we can't lower our reputation and be seen talking to Arch.
It's like, wow, your reputation. Like, bitch, you
Yeah,
don't
it's like,
have a reputation.
how will Grandma purchase our game to little Billy if Grandma knows that we've talked to Arch?
You make smut. Shut the fuck up.
Well, literally, yes. See, that was what happened internally too. Because what happened was, I talked to the developer after all of this. Because I don't remember. I think it maybe was you, V, who sent me a message and like, hey, look, Subverse is throwing you under the bus basically. And I went, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And I messaged them immediately with the article where they were seen to disavow, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" And my contact apologized then immediately and asked to get me on a Discord call with them to, try and sort this stuff out. And what had happened was a intern lady running the Discord server. Like, to me, this sounds like the cleaning maid, like the help ringing the alarm bell, and everyone's suddenly like, "Oh my god, what? The maid is saying something." And for some reason, everyone took that very seriously, and this was kicked up to the social media boss, basically. And he panicked too, because he's just some old guy who does social media and has no idea about anything about modern politics. And so he panics too, because they all take this at good faith, like, she's a Nazi. And so they immediately just freak out and disavow. And by the time I contact them, they've already kind of realized, because apparently their actual programming team, the artist team, the designers, the drawers, etc., they'd also seen this and immediately been like, I will have no fucking shit of this cancel culture. Like, this is not acceptable. And they had a mini revolt inside their studio over this.
Which is understandable.
If you're making a hentai game, like, finding people to promote your game is next to impossible. And Arch actually did it through the kindness and compassion of his heart. And then immediately they throw Arch under the bus.
Well, compassion. Arch is looking for new fat material. Let's be real here.
Yeah, but he can find it without promoting their game, right?
It's free, though.
The internet is filled with pornography.
It is. But you wanted that pornography specifically.
Oh my god. And it's not only that, but the Daily Cunt, I'm sorry, not the Daily Cunt, the Daily Dot, the publication started writing articles about Arch. And I was like, oh, look, another article about Arch, and another one, and another. There was like 3 or 4 publications going on. Yes,
and the best part is, this was the only coverage Subverse got.
Yes.
That's the thing too. Like, that is why Subverse cannot afford to throw even Nazis such as myself under the bus, because no one else will touch their game with a barge pole, and that's incredibly unfair, and they don't deserve that, yet it is the fucking truth. Because despite it being the current year, porn games are still not accepted. It's not, you can't be in civilized society if you like the hentai women, how dare you?
It's kind of like a prestigious porn game distances himself from that.
Yep.
Ask them about the pencils. What pencils?
Oh no, B, run.
What pencils, Kyle?
B's like, please don't widen me, friend. B, do you want to be
he
widened?
Probably knows what a sounding kit is. He strikes me like the type.
B is a bit of a degen, but a bit.
In fact, I mean, he's doctor educated. He probably knows the procedure.
Oh no, that's right. He is a doctor. Sounding. You know what sounding is?
Sounding?
Yeah.
Like, trying to test a person's hearing or what?
Oh no.
In a way.
Well, I mean, there'll be loud noises, but not for that reason. B, run. You still can,
I-
V.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, if you can describe the procedure, maybe, you know, like what?
Well,
Well, you take a smooth metal rod and you shove it up the patient's penis.
It's not a rod. Like you put the camera there. So you
What
can
about
see
a-
what's inside?
what about a 2B pencil, whatever it's called?
Why would you put that 2B pencil inside the person's? Hey, you can use like they have these cameras attached to a tube and they put them in, and they get to see if you have like cancer.
Could you put them
or
in a
something.
pencil though?
But why would somebody go that far just to masturbate?
Yeah, it's actually
Oh,
a
like-
fetish.
What the fuck?
Yup.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, you
No.
see, there are actually entire kits developed specifically for this, with varying sizes, girths, lengths. Some of them are even have little like bends in them, so that you can scratch the inside of your own winker.
What the
Get the
fuck?
fuck out. Just okay. No,
They're
two
sold on
questions.
Amazon. Like, go to Amazon and
No.
Google sounding kit.
The
No,
best
I
part
don't want to
is
get my stream demonetized. No, but
So-
like, what do you know about this? Why do you have the knowledge?
because
Well, it was a combination of Star Wars and the New World MMO.
yes.
And how did it get from that to crayons?
I can tell you how. We were talking about old school shooters, right? Like Half-Life
Yeah.
2. And
Yeah.
remember how you can make sprays on the wall, right? Like it would have
Yeah,
like
like
animation.
graffiti. Yeah. You get,
Well, somebody
yeah.
made a spray of that once, and that was the first time I'd ever seen it, and I was telling Arch about it. And it was quite horrifying. And then Arch proceeds to go, instead of it being scary, Arch proceeds to launch into a tirade about sounding, which of course, you know, we all naturally join in because, you know, as you do. And it was all Star Wars themed. It was very weird.
And then Discordia, being the massive pervert she is, decided to clip all of that into a video.
She spent a lot of time editing that. That's pretty suspicious.
Do you think women can benefit from that? I mean, they have an urethra as well.
That's
so,
true.
like,
Your pencil
Yeah, but
could
it's
go up
pretty
there.
small though. Like, I
It can't
doubt-
sound deep.
how large is yours, Arch? How large is yours?
He's gonna flex. Of
No.
course he's gonna say it's big.
I'm talking about the urethra, not the whole rocket. I'm talking about the exhaust port.
Listen.
Yes, but the size of the penis overall will increase the size of the urethra.
Yes, it's called
I don't
widening.
know. Look.
This is
unless
why
you-
I am able to finish peeing in 0.3 seconds.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
because you
look,
widen the
look.
hole a bit, you know?
Look,
It's
I
just
will
fucking
show you.
flies out.
Look, I will show you that I have watched Vosh's channel and I can BTFO you right now. Okay.
Oh, this is
Does he
my
talk A lot
channel.
about sounding.
Does he
Do you
talk
have a-
about-
Okay, Arch, focus. Do you have a study? Do you have a study that can prove what you just said? Is there a study that the length of the penis is connected to the length of the urethra?
No, but I'm pretty sure I can find a study on sounding if you want.
That's true. Oh, I'm sure we could find several videos demonstrating sounding for V.
I believe
Why?
we could.
Why?
It's also, I mean, it's also a medical. Like V was like, yes, no, I'm fine with ramming a camera up someone's penis. I just
Oh.
don't want to do it for pleasure.
Now we try to ram a pencil up there, and suddenly he's too good for us. You know,
Yes, suddenly he has a problem with this.
it's like it's a sharpened pencil. I'll have you know, V. It'll go in
But,
easy.
like, no, because one is for health reasons, right? Because if you have cancer, if there's cancer in the pee-pee, then you might have to cut it off. So it's to prevent the pee-pee getting cut off. But what you're saying is just like the pleasure. What pleasure? There's no pleasure in it. It's just pain.
The worst
How
part
do
is,
you know?
hold on. The worst
V?
part is during that stream, somebody said it's apparently quite painful. It burns.
It burns.
Yes. It's like, how do you know, V? It's like, dude, I never got shot, but I don't need to take a bullet to figure out that it hurts. I mean, it's
There's a difference between taking a bullet and a rod to the pee-pee.
Yeah, come on, V. It's a pencil too. Come on, like a small 2, you know, 2B
Yes,
pencil.
You know, you guys are way too knowledgeable into this than me. It's kind of weird.
It's time for
What
you to
if it
become.
breaks? Like, what if it breaks? What if you go into the middle and then it snaps? And
You
then
know-
it
Well,
gets...
Hey, have you heard that
As
meme?
it turns out, this is another medical field that has been well explored, and there's actually several procedures to remove foreign objects from people's pippies.
I'm just gonna say this is where you insert the Anakin meme. This is where the fun begins.
Yeah, this is where the fun begins. Now this is sounding.
Wait, what objects are we talking about? Like, did they remove a gerbil or something? Like, what?
Even better, once the sounding rod is deep inside of you, you just look eyes and it goes like, try spinning. That's a neat trick.
What?
Well,
You just-
like the procedure is probably applied to kidney stones, so I
V, you need
See-
to try it. You're a medical professional. You need to know, for the sake of humanity.
How can you pretend to be a doctor if you've never inserted a pencil up your penis?
Yeah, you need to tell your patients, even though you're, do it now. You have a pencil on your desk, I'm sure.
I can understand how you can insert the catheter in a person's penis. Like that is I remember like there was this big nurse, and when I say big, I mean it. I mean, if you had a glass of water and she walked, you would see the vibrations. And she goes to this man, and it's the first time I seen it, right? And she holds it and she's pushing the catheter in. It's like a long tube, and it's sinking in, and the patient goes like, and she's like, "Be quiet," and she keeps doing it, and I felt like a part of my soul was lost that day. Like there was a part of me that I will never get back.
See, that's just beneficial, okay? That is a woman who knows her profession, applying her unique skills and upper body strength to the widening of humanity.
Probably,
the broadening of their knowledge.
The broadening of their knowledge, yes, let's leave it at
This
that.
is the problem too, right? Apparently some people can't see pictures in their heads, which explains a lot of things. Like, it makes the NPC meme suddenly make so much more sense. I have the exact same problem, so that when V talks about this, I have a vivid picture of this enormous fucking muscled-ass babushka with the body of Arnold Schwarzenegger, massive hairy arms, just holding a man down by the throat with one hand, while shoving a fucking sounding rod down his pee-pee with the other.
Dude, my wife doesn't have internal monologue.
What?
Like she does the picture things in her head, but there's
What?
no voice in the head. Yeah, like she doesn't have a voice in the head.
The fuck? Is she
This
diseased?
Yeah, like I don't know what it's like. So like literally,
Diseased.
like when she reads a book, she has to read it with her lips, like moving her lips. Like she can't have a voice inside her head.
Jesus, that's awful. I mean, that's how does that even work?
I don't know. I was baffled. It's like apparently it's with images. Like she visualizes images.
Well, at least you can see something.
Yeah, like no, like she sees things, right? Like she can imagine stuff, but she can't. Like there's no voice, right? Like
That is so weird.
it is silence. Yes.
How?
I don't
That's so
know. Like
weird.
yeah, it boggled me as well. Like I just think, wait, so like how do you? And apparently it's like probably why so many people when they go study, like they just fill papers after papers of stuff because like they can't just have it in their head. They need to see it.
That is a strange and unfamiliar thing right there.
You're like, imagine that. Yeah, but like, hold on. Like, what's worse, not having the voice in your head or not having images in your head?
I mean, not having the images would be even worse, but I'm just trying to think, like, if I couldn't hear myself in my own head, how would I think?
I guess you would just, like design your life from childhood in like finding different ways. Like you're finding different pathways.
I suppose. But how do you think without hearing the voice in your head?
With images.
With images, like fucking
Yeah.
sign language or something.
No, like for example, because I asked her, it's like, all right, what if you need to go to the supermarket and buy milk? And it's like in her head, she visualizes the milk in the supermarket.
That is just disabled in so many ways.
Yeah, like someone in the chat said, we have brain radio, but my wife has brain silent film.
Apparently.
It's like that is so good. It's like, yeah, visualize a silent movie. That's kind of what it's like.
Makes sense. I mean, that's a better way to describe it, I think.
Yeah, it's like a black and white silent movie.
Like the text rolls by. Oh,
Well, here's another thing. Like I can't see color. Like I can't imagine color. Like, I imagine in black and white.
Wow. I had no idea so many of my friends were brain damaged.
Personally, I'm not that
Well,
brain
yeah,
damaged.
but hold on. Funny you should mention, right? There was this guy who actually went through brain surgery, and when he came out, he couldn't imagine color either. So it
Oh
might
no,
actually be brain damage, yeah.
V-man, sad man.
I mean, it
Oh,
literally has to be something wrong with your fucking noggin, because that's not normal, surely.
dude, there's people which don't have inner monologue and don't have images as well.
Like, should we even call them people at that point?
What?
Automatons.
Wow. Fair
Right.
enough.
Well, if there's ever okay to oppress any group of people, these will be it.
Well, you know, the thing is, most people wouldn't know how other people think because we never bring it up. Like, how many times do you actually even have this conversation, right? So a lot of people are mind blown when it's like, oh, wait, like, not everyone imagines things like me. And the answer is like, no, like, not everyone does. And even the colors, like, think about it this way, right? If you see a color and your mom, when you're like 2, tells you that this is the color red, someone else might see your red as blue, and you both call it red because, you know, like, you're told that this is the color, but we don't have a way to describe the color. So the same thing of red might be seen differently by other people.
Well, that's the interesting thing, isn't it? Because I remember there was actually a study around this where they found some savages in the woods of South America or something, and they were like, yeah, no, we have like 32 different words for green, and they were all different shades of green, but you could show them a screen of different blue hues, and they were like, it's just blue. What do you mean?
Oh, it's like the
Okay.
Greeks when they talk about the ocean, right?
Yeah, red like wine.
The ocean's red like wine. It's like, what?
Like, that's
Because-
a weird ocean.
The ocean's
Sure.
red? It's like, red like wine.
I mean, I guess if you see the ocean at dusk, you know, like the red sun might make it. No.
Well, it might have to do with their dietary habits because they just had different foods. They couldn't process
Their
more
wine
colors.
was really shit. It was just white. It was just blue. I was like, yes, it's basically water.
They just scoop it from the Mediterranean. It's a bit salty.
Like, wine. Are you sure? Yeah, I added a grape to it.
I get thirstier every time I drink it.
Well,
Look,
maybe that-
Mickey Bob's there.
What if Jesus actually did that? Like, he went and did the wine thing.
You just scooped
And we
up some
just
fucking
misread it
water.
all of these years. Like, he just gave them water, and they're like, it looks like wine. Like, yes, children,
Wow.
wine.
Then what was the bread? Oh my god.
Well, we all have to shit, I guess.
Oh no.
Dude.
This was part of my body or something I give to you.
Heresy.
Yes, exactly. This is my body. Like, oh, this bread is awfully soft.
It's a bit
Yes.
warm and steamy.
Enjoy the texture. Soft bread is rare in these times, which it was, by the way. Bread used to be rock fucking hard.
Okay. Let's change the subject because it's getting geeky. What do you think about Space Marine numero 2?
I think the woman who's writing it has written literal fucking Barbie games in the past. She thinks all cops are bastards, and she is a massive political ideologue. And the odds of her doing a good job are about as small as sounding feeling pleasant.
But the
Yeah.
trailer looks good.
Kinda. Like, I thought it looked okay, but 1, Titus is a Primaris. 2, it's 200 years later, and 3, I don't think the animations look that good. It's lacking a lot of weight and heft, honestly.
Well, I liked seeing for the first time the story from the eyes of the guardsmen, and you know, like, they're getting decimated, and they're like, "Oh my god, there's no hope." And then like 3 Space Marines, they just clear up everything, and he like looks with them with awe and admiration. And I think like more stories should be like that from the perspective of the guardsmen.
I was
Well, this
actually
story
wondering
isn't
what the
gonna be
hell was
from
going
that.
on for a bit there, because Titus has something red on his pauldron now, and that was one of the first things I saw with the guardsman. I was like, oh, Mr. Guardsman, you're gonna be really sad if those Space Marines kill the fucking Tyranids, because I was thinking Night Lords, like, from bad to worse.
Oh yeah.
Like, why do they keep going with the Ultra Smurfs? My god, like, there's just so much rich lore that's untapped in the whole Warhammer 40k.
Probably because GW is like, this is what we put on all of our posters. This is what you're gonna do, or we're gonna kill you.
What would the Night Lords do? They kill all the guardsmen as well?
No, well, they would kill them eventually, but it would take a very, very, very long time.
Like I don't know anything about them. Like, what's their deal?
The Night Lord's entire doctrine surrounds terror tactics and torture. That's what they do. They torture people for a very long time, and they have a lot of fun doing it.
And why do they do that? Like strategic or relaxation habits?
Well, initially, the 8th Legion Astartes was designed by the Emperor to be a literal terror weapon. He realized that the galaxy would have to be captured, he'd have to take it over, and if he had to invade every planet he got to, he'd be ruling over a wasteland, essentially. He'd have to kill everything. But if he could create a legion so fucking scary that he could slaughter one world and make the next 10 surrender, well, net gain, he figured. And so he made the Night Lords.
Oh, that makes sense. But like even then, like if the Night Lords would kill the Tyranids, like why would they scare the guardsmen, which are also fighting the Tyranids?
Well, that's because that was the Night Lords during the era of the Great Crusade. They sided with Horus. So
oh, I see.
yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah.
They're a bit spiky.
Now they do it for relaxation.
Yeah.
So, like, I got a guy in the chat. He says that, well, he wishes you all happy holidays, and also says that he is giving out potted plants with soil from the Chav's Chop racial segregation garden.
That would be a nice little souvenir.
How would you know they're from that place? Like, how would you?
You wouldn't. For all you know, this could just be dirt he found in his backyard that he masturbated into because that's his thing.
Oh,
True.
I need that image too. Yeah, thanks.
But anyway, like, so the story with this, how much input does the activist lady even have?
We have no idea. She first. The interesting part is the first tweet she put up claimed that she was the lead writer. Very interesting. And then she later said, like, "Oh no, I'm totally not the lead writer. I'm just on the team." And then she changed her like status to senior writer on Space Marine 2. So half of me is like, okay, she's stupid as well. But the other half of me is like, maybe they just realized how bad this looked and was like, could you maybe change that title a little bit?
Yeah, but do you think she would? I mean, if you are the lead writer of a company and they're telling you, like, can you stop saying you're the lead writer? Like, I mean, it's kind of awkward.
She probably claimed it to get the attention right off the bat.
Yeah,
That's possible too.
Because who is the lead writer? Do we know? Because I didn't hear anything.
I'll be honest though. I mean, I don't like the Smurf Marines thingy. I think it's lame. So if the gameplay is good, I don't really care that much about the story. I mean,
yeah, they make the multiplayer fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they can put social justice in Warhammer 40k.
Oh, they've already done.
Yeah, they
Really?
already done that. They already achieved that.
How? Like, what? Diversity is their
Workshop
strength?
disavowed the Imperium recently.
Yeah, but like story-wise, I mean, like, how can you...
Pronouns?
Yeah, like, is the Emperor going to go with he, him under the throne? Like, what?
Well,
They, them. Remember, he's not human anymore.
Yeah.
Also,
Also,
really?
V, you're
He's not
forgetting
human?
the Emperor's name is Neoth, and his wife is
Yeah, the Emperor's name is
Erda.
Neoth. Don't you know this?
I mean, that makes sense. I mean, it's an old name.
No, it doesn't, V.
V,
Oh, it
don't
does.
you
How
fucking
you?
simp, V. Strangle you, V.
Well, no, it's like a Egyptian name, right? I mean,
No, it's fucking not. Neoth?
Neoth.
yeah. I mean,
Hello, fellow ancient Egyptian. Hello, Neoth.
Neoth.
Okay, so why are people upset about Neoth?
Oh boy.
Because it's an awful name for a character that does not need a name. The Emperor is the Emperor.
Yeah, he even says that you don't give people names because it gives them power over you.
It
And
wasn't
then-
like Well, Sigmar has a name. I mean,
Yeah, but that's
a
literally his
different
name.
universe.
yeah, it's a different
And
universe.
Sigmar's a
but-
cool name. It's not Neoth.
It's fucking Sigma, you know? Like, fuck. It sounds Chad as hell.
Hmm.
Neoth sounds
So-
like some reject.
Yeah, well, from what I knew is like the emperor had different names throughout history.
Allegedly.
No, that's the interesting part too. Like, the emperor has existed throughout history, but it says specifically in the book that he's only ever been known as the emperor.
Yeah, but that's
Like,
kind of
there's
stupid.
even segments in the book where people look upon the emperor for the first time and they think like, yes, the only word that could possibly describe this person is the emperor.
So
The reason-
technically, like, the emperor would be alive now, right, in our world, and if you saw him, it's like the emperor.
Like, look at him. Have you seen what the Emperor looks like with his big, ridiculous fuck-off pauldrons and his silly little fucking golden suit with his big cloak?
I assume if he was alive, like if he existed now, he would probably be the CEO of a company or something.
Yeah, but he'd be
Well, it
the
depends
size of
on
a
how he's
giant.
hiding.
How big
Because
is the
remember, he's
Emperor?
also an incredibly powerful psychic. But if you saw just the emperor in his full paraphernalia and full glory, you wouldn't even be able to comprehend what the fuck he was. Like, that's how fucking amazing he is.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess he probably could be in Afghanistan, like, leading some troops against the American army and winning, so.
That's true.
It
It might be one of the only plausible explanations why the Taliban managed to win the war against the United States.
He probably used like some psychic magic to get the Americans to surrender, to retreat in a very interesting fashion. Like, first you pull the troops, then you take the
Leave the civilians for last, V. Don't you know how this goes?
No. First you pull the troops, then you take the equipment that you left behind.
No. You don't take.
You leave the
Jesus.
equipment. Yeah,
Wrong with you?
that's silly. See, you use the civilians to mask your retreat as they're being slaughtered wholesale.
I think they did not. Look, I'll tell you what they did. Okay, like all that Black Hawk and all that Jeeps and everything, they have tracers in them, so now they will know where the Taliban are at all time.
I mean,
They
that'd
can
be great
line
if they were still fighting them, I guess.
Are they even considered to be terrorists now? Because like, what is the official stance on it? Because I know,
Well,
like,
now
world
they of course call themselves the legitimate government of Afghanistan. We
Yes.
haven't recognized them yet, so it's just like it's
When
just
they-
a retarded situation where we pretend like, no, you're not in control.
It's not even like Taiwan where it's an actual like holdout left. It's like we totally lost.
Yes.
Oh
But
my
it's
God.
so weird because like so they used to be terror. I mean, Facebook used to ban them, and now like, do they get banned on social media or not?
You can't ban the legitimate government of a sovereign nation. That's just cruel.
You should like one of the things that's interesting is going to Kabul University website where they talk about feminism, and it's like how women won the rights in Afghanistan and how they're going to fight sexism and bigotry. And I'm thinking, you know what? Good, because the Americans trained them well. Now they're going to have a chance to actually fight sexism and bigotry.
Yep.
And then they got slaughtered.
They're gonna get to have an actual sexist opponent now.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because like, what do you mean they fought? Like, the American army came there and enforced it by the gun. It's like, what did you? Whatever.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You know, it's definitions. Like, they fought for their rights. Americans forced them to have them. They ripped
it's
off
like-
their burqas and were like, "You're free now." The woman's just hobla hobla hobla.
No, look at this way. You know, like, they could just put Robin DiAngelo book in front of the Taliban and be like, check your privilege, motherfucker. And the Taliban would be like, you know what? You're absolutely right. How stupid you
That'll do.
are.
There'll be no Talibans willing to stand up to that kind of pressure.
Yeah.
But Robin DiAngelo said so.
So what other games did you see that you're excited about?
Well, Barch.
What
There's
about
the War Game sequel? But
Yeah, it's
Dev
good.
doesn't
I
know
like it.
Dev, Jesus Christ, V doesn't know anything about that. Now, what we should talk about instead is gatekeeping. We should talk about gatekeeping because I
Yeah.
remember V was very skeptical. He's like, "Can you? Is this even possible?" Yes,
V.
yes, it is.
It is, and it's
And
working.
I
well.
don't think. Okay, like it's funny because some social justice activists are getting mad ass hurt over it because like you and Razorfist and other people. I think like the only thing you can do though is like create vibrant communities where you gatekeep, right? So if you have like a Discord server where people can start multiplayer games and they know each other
Yep.
and it's a fun community, and you just kick out people that are there to disrupt, yeah. But like you can't gatekeep unless you actually have major publications and you actually have power in the industry. Because in order to
Well, that's the
gatekeep, you
thing.
need to own the gate.
I understand your point, but you cannot get that power or that position without gatekeeping. Because you got to look at how the feminists arrived at that power, arrived at that position. They didn't have the reins of power either. And yet they gained them by gatekeeping, by calling everybody else they didn't like bigots and sexist and Nazis, specifically to get them out of their hobbies.
I mean, it's already happening if you look at it. The moment you play a video game and some social justice activist gets in, like he gets bullied immediately. Like it's natural at this point. Like the boulder is already made, the snowball is rolling down the hill.
Exactly, but that's the thing too. Like you need to give the snowball a name. The snowball needs to have a purpose and a reason, essentially. Just having it be there is nice, but it must be more organized, basically. Like people need to know what they're doing and why they're doing it so that they can honestly feel good about doing it. Like when you kick a goddamn SJW out of your gaming group, that shouldn't be a thing because he's annoying. You should literally at this point be doing it because of his politics, because of his views, because he's a goddamn commie. Because that's where we have arrived at.
Well, it's
yeah,
more.
it's unfortunate.
It's just like the Reddit, because with the Reddit situation is we'd make a post and then we get harassed, but the moderators would just simply bonk anybody for stirring up drama. We don't go in, we don't make drama, we just simply are here to participate, and people will lash out because our very existence is an offense to them. And through that lashing out, they shoot themselves.
Yeah, like the way they treat Arch, even though like he doesn't need to do anything just by existing. Like if Arch goes on a Reddit and makes a thread there, he's going to get banned, right? So I don't see if people love gatekeeping. Like what's wrong with gatekeeping ourselves? It's just like against them.
Well, not entirely. So in the case of the BattleTech Reddit, like I handle all the posts.
Yeah, Razorfist got banned, and he never talked with those people.
The BattleTech Reddit? No, and not to my knowledge.
No, not the Reddit, on Twitter. Like two people, I think it was like a person in charge of the fan community.
No.
Oh.
These people aren't in charge of anything. These people simply made accounts and pretend they were authorized. They are not. They do not have the endorsement of the company. The two you're thinking of is the BattleTech community one, which is like an LGBT front, and has the Star League flag with fucking LGBT colors on it because cringe. And then there's another one called the Art of BattleTech, which is another fake person who's masquerading and has been posting BattleTech art, pretending to be, official, when in actuality, these people are fake. These people are lying.
Didn't they have check marks?
No.
Oh. Okay.
But the thing is, like,
not last I checked.
You bring up excellent points there. Like Kyle, you explained it well, and V as well. Like this is what they do. This is their trick.
God damn it!
They go in there and they're like, "Oh, hey, we're totally fans of this. Look at this. We're gonna repost their art. We're not gonna make art. We're not gonna commission art. We're gonna repost the official art. We're gonna label ourselves the community. We are the community."
Yeah, my God, I really hate that term, community. Like, it used to mean, like, a group of people that know each other, possibly related, that they share similar culture and whatnot. Now, like, a community is literally everything that they want to control. So, for example, the knitting community. It's like, what the fuck? So like, just people that like to knit, but, like, either than that, they might be just completely different individuals than each other. But no, now it's like the knitting community, so we need to have TOS to police the knitting community.
Yep, they also use the whole "we're the community" to inflate their numbers, not infatuate, and to try to build them up.
but not only that, it's like they speak on behalf of the community. So in other words, if you go against them, you're not against them as a person.
You're against the community.
the community.
Who's in charge of the community? Of course, me, the person in charge of it. The person who runs this Twitter account. I'm in charge of the community.
Community. Yeah.
Uh,
But the fact that they're getting ass hurt because, you know, like Razor Fist, Arch, and myself made a couple of videos, it's worth it. Yes, gatekeep away. By the way, like when they say everything is political, what they want to say is everything is partisan. And okay, fine, let's be partisans then. You know, like I'm partisan to my ideology, you're partisan to yours. I'm partisan to the ideology of freedom and liberty, you're partisan to the ideology of communism. It's incompatible with freedom and liberty, so please fuck off.
And that's the thing too. Not even please fuck off, because they're not. They're gonna stay there and they're gonna no, this is mine now. This is our hobby.
they're not allowed in
Not
our
please
community.
fuck off.
Yeah.
Fuck off. Go away. And then you should literally go on the Reddit and go, this person's a fucker. Fuck him. There should be organized efforts to remove these people.
Well, don't actually break the TOS or anything like that. Because the thing is, they'll kill themselves. Like with the communists, because I've been handling all the posts, they'll come at me and they'll just lash out at me and I'll just sit there and be like, ow, you're hurting me. And then the moderators come in and smack them with a hammer. All I need to do is simply exist.
Again, that's part of the tactic. Like, it's not you simply existing. You are being an active provocation to them.
Yeah, your existence is a provocation.
My life is a problem. What the fuck?
Yeah, but that is the thing. You are an active provocation to
but I
them,
wouldn't
because
word
there
it
you
that
are,
way.
and you're placing out something there that is clearly against them, and you are antagonizing them by doing so.
By existing, yeah.
Yes,
I know what you're wording that from their point of view, but that's their argument.
No, that's not their argument. That is literally reality. That is the actual reality. Because, again, in their view, everything is political. You being there is political. You existing
fair
is
enough.
political.
Oh, no,
I see
everything
what you mean.
partisan is what they say. So like just by you existing, you're partisaning your cause. So you're pushing your ideology into their space. Just by existing.
Yes. And we are using that as a weapon too, because this is what they did to us to begin with. They would go into a hobby and they would say ridiculous things, absurd things, and people would yell at them for saying ridiculous things, and then they would turn around to the moderator and go, hey, I stirred up a fucking shitstorm. Shouldn't you be banning these people? Now, what we're doing is not the same as them in what we're doing, because we're simply going there, posting art, doing stuff. But the effect of the strategy is the same.
Yeah. They freak out, they break the TOS, they get banned.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, don't break the TOS. Why are you breaking the TOS?
Well,
Why are you
I
starting
think I
drama,
misspoke.
bruh?
It's the Discord's rules. I don't think it's necessarily the Reddit terms of service. The
TOS
moderators.
Discord rules.
Yeah, no, but the moderators are pretty good on the BattleTech subreddit. They're basically like, let's keep politics out of the the game. Let's just talk about BattleTech. And you know what?
It's
Perfect.
yeah, it's a good thing. Yeah. Again, like they're not like you can't keep politics out, but you can keep partisans out. Like,
Keep extremists out of the hobby, whatever their affiliation.
yeah.
Yes.
And by the way, I don't understand how they can make the argument that the Imperium is bad.
Oh God, here we
When
go.
no, but think
No,
about
you're
it
right.
this way, right? Let me finish, right? I mean, recently, the last 2 years of bad kind, we have become more and more like China, every single nation around the world. And the idea is like you need to give away your human rights in order to combat a threat. So if we give so many human rights away just to combat COVID, how many human rights would you have to give away to combat the Tyranids or the orcs or what, you know, the chaos? So like to me it's very interesting, right? Because they don't have any argument of, you know, like being pro-liberty or anything. It's just like fascism is acceptable as long as it's for a good cause.
As long as it's wearing my coat of paint, my icon.
Hmm.
Yeah.
My version of authoritarianism is good.
Yeah. So I would really find it interesting. Like, if you think that the Imperium is wrong because they're fascist against the Tyranids, then how would you not argue that like giving away human rights in order to fight a pandemic is acceptable?
Well, again, that's why I'm doing the gatekeeping video, because I'm sure a lot of people are having questions like these and are wondering, like, how does all of this work? How does all this fit together? Like, how can we make these arguments without simply just being as bad as them? Like, why aren't we just as bad hypocrites for being, yeah, no, we're going to adopt their tactics to get rid of them? And it's because we can talk about stuff like this. This is what I call weaponized hypocrisy, where they don't actually hold any of their positions. Or like the randos might, but the talking heads don't. They will
Yeah.
flip-flop between their positions whenever it is convenient, because to them the position isn't the important part. The politics isn't the important part. It's the authoritarian. They are in charge. It is their point of view. It is their opinion. It's their value set being
Yes.
imposed.
The cause. Yeah.
Yes. The greater good.
Unironically, they would say that chaos is actually good. I mean,
Yes, they do
there
that.
there are arguments that within the Warhammer 40k that says chaos is good. Like Grandfather Nurgle, for example, is considered to be good
Well,
because it takes away the pain and suffering that you have.
in a way, but again, that's the thing. How does he take away the pain and suffering? By apathy. Like, he reduces your life to such an empty, painful mess that the only thing you have left is the pain, is the sickness, the thing that makes you miserable. And once you have embraced your misery, well, there's nothing else left, so
Think
you
about
must be
it this
happy
way.
now.
Think about it this way. Let's say you get sick, right? And you feel very bad. Like you get Ebola. So you're now coughing blood. It's like blood coming from all of your orifice. And you're praying to Grandfather Nurgle to take your pain away. And he does. I mean, from your point of view, like, he might be like a good character.
Well, that's the thing. He doesn't take your pain away. He simply makes you accept it. Because one of the things people often misunderstand with Nurgle is that here the Nurgle's rot is not a disease of the body, it is primarily a disease of the mind.
Hmm. I mean, I found though on the wiki that he actually removes the pain of the people, so they're still like disintegrating. They're still doing everything, but they just don't feel pain anymore.
Because they've accepted it. Like, they've
Ah.
literally given up.
Hmm.
The pain, like, it's like you breathing. Do you think breathing is painful?
No.
No.
Yeah.
For them, existing with Nurgle's rod is the same. It's just a thing you have. You know no different.
Well, okay, then you also have Slanesh. I mean, if you're a person that is depressed and has nothing, like Slanesh can give you something and you want to do it and it's fun. So then you want to do something else and that's fun too. So like you just, yeah.
Well, again, I see. This is the kind of philosophical discussion I've trained my entire life for, right here.
My God.
That is actually an argument made in the Liber Chaotica. The witch hunter is interviewing a Slaneshi cultist, which is slated for execution. And the Slaneshi cultist is like, what's so wrong with a god that merely asks you to take pleasure in your life, to take pleasure in the food you eat and the music you listen to, etc.? What's so wrong about that? And the witch hunter points out, you weren't enjoying food. You were killing your friends and family and eating them. Then you started killing other people. Then you started torturing them first before killing them. Then you got more and more creative with the torture. Because Slanesh is not about taking pleasure in things. Slanesh is about excess. Everything taken to an excess.
Yeah, but like the cultist was having fun.
Wasn't your argument that these things aren't necessarily bad?
Well, no, my
If
argument
one
was
person's fun is more valued than one person's sadness and misery, then clearly the world's a better place.
Yes.
Is that what you're going for, V?
It's literally the bike cuck meme at that point.
That's kind of where I was going with that.
I mean, I wonder like if you can worship a chaos god without hurting other people.
Probably not. It's a slippery slope.
Not
It's like a
in
gateway drug.
theory, because
I think
all
it
of the
can.
Chaos Gods are about the extremity of emotion, and extreme emotion necessarily requires extreme action.
I think like a guy on a deaf world alone that worships corn and uses that violence to unleash it on the world's fauna, and he doesn't hurt another human being. That
Like
would
Korn
prob-
wouldn't care about him. Like you're killing
Oh yeah,
killing plants.
no, not plants, but like giant wolves and stuff.
Again, it would be the most minute of minor offerings. You'd still be worshipping corn. You'd still be doing evil. You'd just be doing evil to things that we don't consider worthy of moral consideration in this case.
Yeah, yeah. What about the Zinch? Like, he is into transformation and stuff, right?
And knowledge.
Change. The only constant is change, which means that nothing can stay good and nothing can stay bad. Everything has to change. If it's good, he needs to make it bad.
Yeah, but he also makes bad things good.
Yeah, until he makes them bad again.
Ah, I see.
A constant state of change.
Yes, the only evil is stagnation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like he's also, I guess, like the patron of magic, of telepathy and stuff.
Chaos magic specifically. Chaos sorcery.
Oh, so just chaos sorcery, like not psychers.
He represents knowledge for chaos, if that makes sense.
Knowledge for chaos, sorcery, psychic sorcery is definitely a part of that too. Yep.
So the social justice activists would see these as good.
A crazy person would see these as good, yes.
They would probably like the Tyranid cults as well. Like they would think they're good as well. Like they have a point of view because they're being
They would.
discriminated
In fact, that's why they usually, on their Facebook groups and stuff, they take on the personas of Tyranid cultists and stuff like that.
Are you kidding? Like
No.
They actually do this?
Yes. In fact, we did an article a little while ago with Sargon, because the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, some Canadian propaganda network, had put up an article talking about Worm Before the Case. We figured, like, okay, let's cover this.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy was like, since I stopped painting, I heard that the hobby's been taken over by fascists everywhere, Nazis and alt-right white supremacists. And then he got back into the hobby, and he was like, well, I can't actually find an example of this, but guess what I did find? Far left hobby groups, far left painting groups, active anarchist, ANCAP, fucking Antifa group, tons of them.
But
Which
there's
is
still
a very
fascists.
interesting point. You can't find the fascists, but you sure as hell can find an awful lot of communists.
Yes.
There is an extremist problem in the hobby. It's just the wrong fucking direction is where they're looking.
It's kind of weird because like the Imperium is also built more after the Soviet Union with the commissars and whatnot.
Aesthetically,
Well, the
yes,
commissars
but
is
not.
just one of the points. Like again, the Imperium is far more like Gothic knights and feudalism more so than it is any commentary on fascism or socialism in general, really.
A theocratic oligarchy, as Arch put it, I believe.
You believe correct for once. Good job.
Yeah, but like the genetic Imperium planet is probably more like the Soviet Union than Nazi Germany.
I wouldn't say it's either.
In many ways, yes. Like massive factorums where people are merely cogs in the machine.
Yeah. Oh, fair enough.
Like they don't care about the individual, and probably like some of them, when you look at the monetary system and whatnot, like everyone is equally poor.
There's a massive
is very
schism
equal in their poorness. That's true.
Yeah, except like the people at the top, I guess, like
the oligarchs.
Well, like in all socialist systems, some people are always going to be more equal than others.
Yeah, more well connected, as it were.
Equality is a very unequal thing, as it turns out.
No, a planet of slaves is equality. Planet where everyone's a slave is a planet where everyone is equal.
And what's the problem with that, huh? A few slaves here and there?
Well, isn't there a master for these slaves? Then there's a bit of inequality, V.
People ask me to play Skaven, like you're role playing. Is that still a thing? Like, is it still going?
Connor's working on killing it, but he hasn't managed yet.
Wow. I can't believe this. Every day thrown under the bus. All I do for him, V. There's tire tracks on my back.
The bus is most assuredly where you belong.
I'm surprised you haven't made Skaven in Warhammer in a homebrew role playing game.
Why would I with him in what?
I'm confused
Like,
too.
I'm
make
confused as well. Yes.
Yeah, make a Warhammer 40k game, you know, like Rogue Trader, and have Skavens in it.
Wow.
It doesn't quite make sense the same
They
way
can
because of the
come-
Under Empire.
No, because they can come from like a different dimension, and they can just open a portal, and they can be in all the worlds of the Imperium at the same time.
But
Do you want me to rip off Age of Sigmar?
Oh,
damn
like
it! Triggered V. You made him bring up the cursed name. You made it.
That's basically what the Skaven are in Age of Sigmar. Like, instead of having tunnels everywhere, Age of Sigmar lore is like, oh yes, yeah, yes. You see, the Skaven they tunnel through time. Oh yeah, that's how it is. They tunnel through time, which is unbelievably stupid.
I didn't know the lore. I'm sorry.
It's mucho dumbo. and
This
I
is
hate
nothing to be sorry
many
for,
parts of
V.
it.
You should
Didn't-
consider
didn't
yourself
they say-
blessed.
Didn't they say they're going back to like?
Yeah, to ruin what they didn't fucking properly ruin before.
Yeah, didn't
They are
say-
indeed making the old world again. Yes.
Don't worry, it'll be woke
How?
this time.
How will it be like? The end times never happened, or how?
Yeah, they'll just retcon something stupid, and then it'll be like, oh yeah, all of those things we did, yeah, those didn't happen. It's fine.
It's
So-
alternate dimension, guys.
So they still have like Age of Sigmar and Old World.
Yes,
Well-
they'll have both.
Yeah, they can milk
So-
you
so
more
the-
that way.
Okay, so now they have 3 IPs. They have Old World, Age of Sigmar, and 40k.
Technically, they've got way more IPs than that. They've also got stuff like Blood Bowl and Battlefleet Gothic and stuff as well.
Oh yeah, that's true.
They may be
Yeah.
set in the same universe, but they're separate IPs.
Well, not really, because like Battlefield Gothic is still Warhammer 40k. Like it's the same lore.
Yeah, it's the same lore, but it's a completely different rule set and a completely different IP.
It's like a different game, but
It's
like,
a separate
it's-
trademark, if I'm right.
Yes.
Yeah, Blood Bowl is actually different. Like that doesn't happen in the Old World. Like that is
No.
yeah.
But
Are
it
you
is
for real?
set in
No,
the
I'm kidding.
same world. It's just that here everybody gets together and watch footballs on occasion. Like,
Yeah.
oh, this is lovely. A game of footy balls, yes.
It would actually be interesting, like if they would have it in the actual lore. Like there's a city that's neutral, and like everyone gathers to play football. Like
That would be a bit
Yeah.
uncanny, I think.
It's really retarded and extraordinarily uncanny. Yes.
Why would the Chaos dudes be let in? And why would the humans let... Well, the humans might let the dwarves in, the elves in, the Bretonians in, but they sure as fuck ain't letting the demons in.
It would be quite the hotbed for racial conflict, just let's put it like
Yeah.
that.
I guess you could have like either a powerful sorceress or an actual god that forces people who are in to not fight each other.
Sure,
Just,
I
like,
mean, you could. Like, in a fantasy setting, you could make up whatever bullshit you want to justify the bullshit you want to have be bullshit.
But it's a MacGuffin.
Like, you need to arrive at a point where you're asking yourself, why am I doing this?
Well,
See, Blood Bowl is
it-
good for what it is because it treats itself as a parody. It doesn't need to be in the same universe.
Yeah, but think about it this way, right? Like Nazi Germany used to go to the Olympics before the war, and
But-
it's
Yes, and the Americans were cheering for them.
yes.
Listen,
But-
I don't. My people.
That's because Americans are basically just Nazis, but with more clothing.
Yeah, but like my point is,
And we won. I'll have you know.
Like I guess it could be you know, like a way to show off before a battle. You know.
Yeah, but it's really stupid.
B, this sounds contrived. And if it sounds contrived, stop. Because know what you're doing? You're turning into J.J. Abrams. You're going to start making an episode 7 or 5 or 7 or 8 or whatever. And we're going to get the
J.J.
new...
Abrams.
We're going to get the V.V. Abrams. It's V.V. Abrams now.
Yeah, I can't lie, V. This is getting pretty disgusting, and you should probably be ashamed of yourself.
Disavow V. We're having to cancel you. I'm sorry. It's like, no.
Sadness.
A
We still love
tragedy
you.
it may be, but a well-deserved cancellation on this particular occasion.
It was bound to happen. Somebody was going to get canceled. And it wasn't going to be me this time.
Will you ever have the balls to do Vampire the Masquerade, the campaign again?
I do like how he words it.
Well, as long as Biden is in office, I'm very much so going to probably not consider that.
A hiatus for at least 3 more years at minimum.
So let
That
me
was
get
a
this-
spicy fucking campaign.
It was.
No, because you didn't look. You pussied out into making Hitler. Like you avoided the Führer like the plague.
You're not fucking high-leveled enough to get to meet the fucking Führer.
The
You're
Führer only
some
met with
fucking
top-level staff.
lapdogs.
I
Yeah.
actually met someone more powerful than the Führer. It was like the head of the Secret Service thingy. And by the way, I'm like, okay, Arch is making the campaign. Clearly, the deep state is real, and you make us meet the leader of the deep state. And I'm like, okay, this is the guy that I need to blow. And everyone is like,
Emil?
oh no, yeah.
Emil's not more powerful than Hitler. He's not even the head of the SS.
He's like a
but, like,
subservient.
If he studies like dark shit and dark magic, he's probably more powerful than other people. even
Well, he's a
though he
little
doesn't have the rank.
unhinged.
By this reasoning, right? Dolly Parton is more powerful than Hitler, because, well, have you seen that woman? She could probably kick his ass.
No, what I was saying is that just because he doesn't have like the position, with the knowledge and the magic he has, you could probably throw a coup and win.
Again, this is silly, and you should be ashamed of yourself. You really are shaming V a lot today, and I feel like he fucking deserving it today too.
By the way, what do you think about the changes in Dungeons and Dragons? Like, apparently the Dark Elves aren't evil anymore.
Well, they're
misunderstood.
removing all of the negative attributes from characters now. So the beholders can't be arrogant anymore. The snake people can't be like feeling themselves superior to all of the other races. Because
Really?
apparently the makers of D&D look at that and go like, God damn, we've created a lot of neo-Nazis in our setting for some reason.
What the fuck?
But can the demons still be evil?
Of course not.
Nope. Demons are misunderstood.
Why would you
So
think
fun.
demons would be allowed to be
You
evil? That's-
bigot. He's like, no.
I mean, the whole thing is that you have different races, so that you have drama, right? Like, it's interesting to have a dwarf and an elf in your party, right? It causes drama. And you also have like different races, and then there's like this great evil, and everyone has to put aside their differences in order to take down Sauron or whatever. Like that's why you even have the races. Like, what's the point? It's kind of like Picard, where the Vulcans and the Romulans and the humans all literally act the same. And it's like, okay, but if they're all the same, then why even have different alien species? Why even have different factions?
I agree.
Oh,
Star Trek
yeah.
is pretty fucking shit.
Fucking Picard ruined the Vulcans and all the other races. God damn it. V,
Yeah,
quit reminding me.
That is true. I mean,
It is true.
It is true. It's like, why even have it then? Like, the only reason you'd have like different alien races in fantasy and sci-fi, you add certain traits of humanity and you exaggerate them in order to cause conflict and drama.
Add racism, then stir.
Yeah,
Yes, it's
basically,
literally-
yes.
Yes, pretty much. Spot on. Yes.
Nailed it. Absolutely. And you know what? It's fucking great storytelling because it creates, well, you know, fucking conflict. Kind
Yeah,
of the whole point of a story, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of like you know, like in a party you have an orc, and you know, like everyone disparages him because he's an orc, so you know, like he needs to find out the way in order to gain the trust of people. Like that is fun to roleplay something like that.
The thing is, V, in this world of ours, we can't have any sort of races. Certainly not no racismus, because it is all negative now. It is universally negative.
You know,
That was why they removed a lot of things, because it wasn't that they were portraying this in a positive light. It wasn't like, oh yeah, slavery was pretty kawaii, wasn't it, my man? No, the Slaver Empire was the evil force in the setting that the PCs were encouraged to fight against, but that still triggered the snowflakes a bit too much, and they demanded that all mentions of slavery be removed, and, well, this is where we are.
The
And
universe
it's
becomes
also the
flat.
fact like you get like different types of players, right? Like you get the wizard that is charismatic and he wants to talk his way out of it, and then you have the barbarian that just needs to bash things. So you have a setting where the wizard gets to do some diplomacy with the high elves, and then you need an enemy that the barbarian just smashes. Well, there is no diplomacy, right? So that the wizard doesn't shine in that setting. It's like the barbarian that needs to shine. So you have the goblins, you have the orcs, you have like just things that they don't reason, right? Like you just need to take them out because otherwise they burn down the whole village.
Yeah, because everything can't be evil with a motivation or a subtlety or a reason for existing. Everything must just be evil, and it must be the most cartoonish evil imaginable, because otherwise you'll trigger some little shithole in California.
Like you actually do need the cartoon evil, is what I'm saying, right? Because if you have like some motivational evil, you can talk to it, you can probably do deals with it, and that's good for some settings, or to allow some characters to shine. But you also need the barbarian to shine, and he needs the cartoonish evil. He just needs to bang things on the top of the head.
Well, you need the mix, but you can't have the mix as
Yeah,
the
no.
current situation stands.
You know
And
what I
therein
think?
lies the problem.
You know what I would love to see you roleplay though, like in Rogue Trader, you play an orc in a band of mercenary humans. Like that would be funny, because I think you could pull it off pretty well.
I think your shit-stirring ways needs to be tossed out a window. Yes.
No,
I can sense
there's
Arch's
actually
anger building.
there is a faction of orcs that actually work like that. God damn it, I forgot
The
the name of it,
freebooters,
but
or whatever, I forgot their name is.
You never
No,
even
not
knew the name.
They're the pirate ones.
something with axe.
Fuck.
Moon axes, I think. Or
Are you
something.
sure? I thought the pirate orcs were also kind of flip.
Yeah, they actually work with humans apparently as mercenaries.
Yes, it's the Blood Axes.
The blood axes, yes. Like they're fun. It'd be fun to roleplay a character like that.
I question this.
Like all he wants to do is to smash things. Like he's not interested in talking. He just wants to smash.
Which is a wonderful thing to add into a party. Like, hey, we're in a situation that requires delicate diplomacy. Oh, I understand. Punches the NPC in the face.
Yeah.
Oh no! And then the
Like,
party gets wiped.
This is your interpretation of fun, V, that makes people yell at you frequently in D&D games.
Well, if I could find a DM that actually wants to create funny settings and it's like the purpose is humor, like not cerebral thing, just get people to laugh, just have humor. You could make a party like that. Where the orc goes like, oh yes, diplomacy, I know. Like let me talk to the man. Are you the Inquisitor? Yes. Punch.
And then you'd have to MacGuffin the players out of the situation.
Arch is getting good at that, though. We're getting him practice.
Or the Inquisitor will just rub his face and be like, yeah, I can see your argument, but can you see mine? And then the Inquisitor uses the power hammer.
Applies power hammer to orc face.
Yeah.
This is my rebuttal, sir.
Oh, I see. You're engaging in a scientific debate. Well, let's see if I have a rebuttal. Here's my citation.
See, what you need in that case is an actual comedy group, which are very different from, groups of normal, sane, intelligent, well-developed people with lives, brains, and things.
Oh no, because like the comedy has to be bound within the lore. Like you wouldn't just get on a table and take a piss. Like it needs to be like the type of comedy that an orc would do in such a situation.
I feel like V has gotten on the table and taken a piss in multiple RPs.
It was when I was playing a Skaven that was one of the priestly class, and
Great to
I
hear.
saw, yeah, it was a religious thing that was belonging to some other faction, like some heretic. So I had to piss on it in order to show that Skaven dominates other religions. The rat god is more powerful.
At least you didn't try to throw anyone off any towers, I guess.
No, I did not do that. Ask Rekieta Law for such campaign, people are suggesting. Does Rekieta Law even have like GM abilities?
Good luck communicating. I hear he's a nightmare to deal with from certain people.
Really?
Or planning.
I never
Planning
spoke with him.
stuff.
What do you mean?
Apparently he's a little bit elusive, if that makes sense. No? Okay.
Elusive.
Dodgy.
Now, Kyle, come up with the next topic. It's your turn.
Well, it's
boy.
Minecraft, which is this article you brought up, and I've been staring at it this whole time, going like, why is this on my screen?
That's a good question.
I have absolutely no idea. Arch sent me an article so I didn't have to have my desktop wallpaper so we could talk about stuff, and like nothing materialized, which is, well, strange, to say the least. But yeah, Arch, Minecraft article. Minecraft becomes the first game to top over 1 trillion views on YouTube. That's ridiculous. And there's a myriad of factors beyond that.
So, someone had to watch the video more than once in order to get 1 trillion views.
I don't know about that. I mean, there's lots of people on Earth, and a lot of people die every day, and babies do literally play Minecraft.
That's true, and they come to age to play games every day. In fact, I imagine there's new players right now, every waking hour, that are popping on Minecraft for the first time.
Yeah. Literal fucking fetuses just plop fully formed into Minecraft these days.
They do.
The moment they pop out of their mother's vagina, somebody thrusts a Minecraft in their hand. Like, here,
Oh, those
hold this.
poor bastards are playing vanilla too. Oh
Yeah.
no.
Like, if I were to go back in time, right, and I go to Arch, and I'm like, look, I have a wonderful idea for a game. It's like, yeah, what? Like, look, we have like the most pixelated, shitty graphics imaginable, right?
Can't believe you'd say that. It's a art style, you sick son of a bitch.
And like the purpose is like you can build stuff, and Arch should be like, okay, so how do you don't win? You build stuff.
It's Legos, but video games, and it's fucking genius.
Like no one would even give you money for that. Like Arch wouldn't give you money for that project.
Not with a sales pitch like that, no.
But it actually describes the game, right?
You're trying to
Like-
sabotage the game with that pitch. You're like, the game's got no victory conditions. It's like, okay, what's the game got? It's like, it sucks. And it's like, okay.
No, okay, you pitch Minecraft for me. Like, okay, you're back in time. I have money.
Right? It's like, let's
Yeah.
say Legos, right? Legos are huge, especially before video games really caught on.
Yes.
Tell them that you're going to digitize Legos. You're going to make a video game that's basically Legos on roids.
So why can't I do that in Paint?
That is the most disingenuous question I've heard this side of a watch.
I think my
debate.
brain just exploded.
You can paint Legos. Like why would you?
I'm trying to give you a serious pitch, and you're like, well, you could use MS Paint. And I'm just like, oh, excuse me while I just...
Have you considered MS Paint, sir?
I'll take my idea, and I'm going to go find a different investor.
Yeah, just fucking just look at them in silence and pack your bag and just fucking walk.
Well, look,
Motherfucker.
I'll tell you this: MS Paint has better graphics than Minecraft.
Remember, video games are exploding at the time Minecraft comes around, like 2010, 11, we're on that ballpark. Like, they're blowing up huge into the mainstream. And it's like,
yeah, and all of them have good graphics. Like I think.
well, not
180p
necessarily.
started being.
Video
We're
games,
talking about post Half-Life 2. I mean,
yeah, but still people would play games that didn't have good graphics. Look at Factorio. Look at other games. Like, yeah, well, actually, no, I'd take back that statement. Artistically speaking, they're good. But it's not like state-of-the-art CryEngine, Unreal, you know, whatever, with max polygons.
Polygons.
What makes...
That's a new word too.
Shut
I
up.
remember like when I first looked at Minecraft, I saw the graphics and no one is going to play this. Fuck off. And I'm like, uninstall.
I played the
See,
fucking.
this is exactly why you need to pack your bag and go find another fucking investor.
I think I'm doing that. Arch, I got this game. I want to run
Just
by.
fucking shut the door, motherfucker. No.
I mean, that's normally what you
dare
do
you.
when you get an investor. Like, you find somebody who will bite,
Well, yeah, obvious.
or
Now,
you
listen
know,
to this. A friend of mine has done some authoring for Wizards of the Coast and Magic the Gathering. The story he'll tell me about how the woke creep into MTG is bad. Send the story to me or Arch. That would be great. Yeah, go on, Gibbs. Sorry.
I'm sure they just do awful
I mean, I
things.
didn't have anything else to say. We did the joke thing, and that was kind of it.
It was, yeah,
I mean,
but like,
a part of me wants to talk about Warno, which is the dumbest name I've ever heard, actually.
Ugh.
Literally the dumbest fucking
See,
name.
Fairman triggered me because he's like, war no. It's called that because it's like war no, like it's bad. And I'm like, Fairman, I'm gonna wring your fucking neck if that's true.
You should, because that's not what it is at all.
It isn't.
No is for, what is it? Warning notice. It's basically what's sent out to the troops right before they think shit's gonna fucking hit the fan.
Yep. A great
Or
war is about to
warning,
evolve.
warning order, I think.
Here, I'll send this to you too, V, so you have it in your DMs,
all right,
so you can look
all
at the
right.
game.
This is a video game in which you win and you
you
lose.
go.
V. It fulfills the only requirement you've given to play a video game.
You know, V might see you give V a lot of crap, but V might like this game. It's a strategy game. It's competitive.
Let's see what it is about. So, Warno. Realistic, immersive. Oh my god, a breathtaking. Ultimate World War III battle simulator. From the Masters of Strategy, Eugene Systems, Cold War, turns decisively hot. So you need to outsmart, outflight. I mean, it looks kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah,
It's like kind of playing.
it
this with me.
looks
It's-
good. Yeah,
It's out in
it's
a
fun.
month.
Yeah, it's fun. It's good. And you got tanks. Are they on like World War II tanks? Do you start with WW2 tech or?
Help me.
I don't know, V. When was the Cold War?
me see.
V, you of all people, you're from one of those countries that was occupied by the Warsaw Pact, Romania of all places.
Yeah, and we had a lot of what was it, T-42s or what the fuck?
The T-42.
Yeah, they didn't scrap them. They still
Are
had
you
them.
seeing the problem yet, Kyle?
Help me. V,
Oh.
1989. There.
Yeah, we had T-42s.
Yes, many T-42s. I
I
have
mean,
no doubt.
I'd imagine they'd be mothballed by 19,
No,
89.
they didn't. They didn't
What?
scrap it. Well, it depends on the country.
Well, I didn't say
right?
scrap,
Would-
but they'd be
would the
mothballed.
T-42 be mothballed by this point, Kyle? Is that
It
what
would
you're
have-
saying?
It would have to be if they're still around.
Oh yes, the T. Yes, no. I'm sure the Romanian army was staffed with a lot of T-42s.
Yeah,
Well,
no
that's
T.
what I'm trying to say. Yeah, like
That's what I'm
Romania.
saying.
No.
Yeah.
I'm saying they're not because it's ridiculous. The T-42 is fucking ancient by this point. Like North Korea's using them.
That's not the problem, Kyle. It's not
What?
the fucking problem.
What is it? I'm gonna break your little neck. Oh, it's not
I
a
don't think-
T-42.
This is the
Fuck!
problem right here.
No,
T-42.
he's infecting me with his Romanianness. No, I didn't even realize it until just now. Because
well, hold on. I
You
said
are both retards.
I said T-42 or whatever it's called, right? So.
it's the T-34 is what you were implying, but it's a T-72. God damn it!
No, not T-72 either, Kyle. Shame on you. Was probably it was one of the 60 patterns probably.
No, T-50s. Womp womp.
Didn't
Because
the
they
Ukrainian
didn't export the 72s to many people.
Oh
didn't the
yeah.
Ukrainian hold on. Didn't the Ukrainian army had T-44s until recent history? Like it was like
What?
20 years
T-44,
ago?
we're advancing.
Yeah, no, hold on. Like 20 years ago, like some people stole one from a military base and started driving it on a highway.
I mean, with the T-44, we're getting closer, if nothing else. But the
Is it
Ukrainian
47
army
or
didn't
what?
have a lot of those.
Is it T-47 or what is the correct one?
T-47, very
Fuck, we have-
incremental.
You know what? I'm going to actually look it up. Hold on.
Yes, no,
Russian
the
T-
the Ukrainians had actually they were sitting on a lot of the Soviet Union's arsenal when the Soviet Union collapsed. So they managed to steal a lot of cool shit from the Soviets. Specifically, they got a bunch of old T-80s. Now the T-80 was fucking high tech back then, cutting fucking edge. And today it's still not awful. Well, it's awful, but with the full upgrade package, I think they call it the Uplot or something like that, and it's not the most dreadful MBT ever. Like it's gonna have a hard time against anything truly modern, but seeing as the Russians were also fancy with firing their ATGMs from barrels all the goddamn time, it doesn't really matter what the tank is.
Wasn't the Ukrainian nation like the third biggest nuclear power after the Soviet Union collapsed?
So you have nukes? I don't fucking know.
Yeah, like they had a lot of the nukes from the Soviets, and apparently like they were the world's third biggest nuclear power, and they gave up their nuclear power in exchange from promises of territorial protection from the U.S. and the Soviet Union and Russia. Sorry, not Soviet.
Well, that was a stupid promise to make, it turns out.
Yeah.
Well, you shouldn't have done that. It's much silly.
I actually heard a very interesting idea on why Russia is actually more dangerous than China.
And why is that?
Because Russia is an energy exporter and they could just cut off the energy. And as long as you have energy, you can actually just mobilize your people into the war effort and you can just start building stuff. While China can't do that.
Well, see, that is an interesting point. But the problem is they are an energy exporter, yes. But it's not like the rest of the world don't have access to tremendous amount of energy. The reason why Russia is such a big energy exporter is because we're so fucking soft and pampered and spoiled over here. Like that is literally it. Like Russians live with nothing. They're super happy if the lights come on once or twice a day. Here, if the power's gone for an hour, everyone screams bloody murder and promises the private vengeance upon the electricity company's favorite daughter and dog at the same time.
That is true.
If we were actually in a war setting, Europe would have no problem making all the power it needs. It would literally just have to be like, okay, no, population, we're gonna shut off the power certain intervals because we have to. Now, whether or not the politicians would be intelligent enough to do that, that's a different question, I guess.
Plus nuclear power, I guess.
Well, that's the thing. That's the fucking hilarious thing, isn't it? Germany built down all of its nuclear power plants, all of them, and so now, realizing that they're suddenly incredibly dependent upon Russia and they have an enormous power deficit, they're building coal power plants.
Oh my god.
From what I understand, like the new German government is actually talking about dismantling what little nuclear power they have left.
Yes, and they've promised this already. It's been a promise in the Germany for years. In fact, I think it was made in 2005 or something. Like it was ages ago when they basically said we're going to get rid of all nuclear power in our country, and they've just about done it now. They're at the end of the period. They've finished it, and now they're burning coal instead. And the best part is they did all of this. We're an environmentally friendly country. We're going to get rid of nuclear power because it's dangerous. As they open up 5 new coal mines and start vomiting black clouds into the atmosphere. Like, it was stupid.
Well, I
And
will
here's
say
another-
that coal technology is a little cleaner than what it used to be.
And here's another fun fact. Apparently, like Russia wouldn't be able to handle Ukraine because the Ukrainian people haven't forgotten the Holodomor, so they would just do guerrilla warfare against Russia. And yeah, sure, like Russia would win initially, but like keeping Ukraine would be the most expensive endeavor in human history.
Well, they can just do what they did to the Czechs, I guess.
What did they do to the Czechs?
Well, let's just say that there's a lot less of them.
No.
Wasn't that with the Holodomor?
No, that was Stalin's planned famine.
Mm. But yeah,
But
but there was
Russia
lots
has
of.
had a lot of like internal movements where there have been many like little countries inside of Russia back in the day who tried to get independence, and all of them got taken care of in various ways.
I mean, what they did to Moldavia was they took the people from Moldavia, sent them to Siberia, and brought Russians into Moldavia. Like they would do
That'll
this
do it.
a lot. Yeah, they would just move populations a lot around.
It's an effective solution to a unfortunate problem. What can I say?
Why? I mean, like if you move populations around, they're still Moldavians. I mean, it's like if you bring people in a country, they become part of that country. Like
Do
nothing
they?
changes. Well, that's what Merkel says.
Well, seeing as the leader of the Fourth Reich stepped down a while ago, I think we shan't take her words for it, frankly. Now, the conflict between Russia and Ukraine is an interesting proposition in and of itself, because it's not quite as cut and dry as many will have you believe. Like, it all depends on whether or not the Ukrainian army is going to be willing to fight. Because their army isn't, like, horribly outmatched. They've got a lot of relatively modern and decent equipment. They've got tons of BMP-2s. They've got the T-84, the Oplots, I think it was again. They've got artillery, and they do have some Western training and some Western support. Now, can they beat Russia in like an actual long-term war? Obviously not, but all they need to do is hold out for long enough for the pussies in NATO to finally be like, hey, you know what? This could be an easy win, and I am looking for a promotion.
What about the Air Force from Ukraine?
It's not much to write home about. Ancient ass Frogfoots, SUs, 25s, maybe some ancient ass MiGs. It gets swept from the skies pretty fucking quick.
But if you don't control the skies, you don't control the ground. So if Russia has their Air
The
Force,
thing is, Russia also has lots of ancient ass garbage in the sky as well. And a lot of the anti air artillery that the Ukrainians have would be more than capable of engaging it.
yeah, I don't think it's very likely we'll see a conflict.
The thing right now is we are seeing buildups all over the goddamn place. China is moving tons of troops to the province next to Taiwan. Russia's rattling sabers. The Middle East, we're having the resurgence of fucking ISIS now, which is the weirdest thing ever.
I think it's because of Biden's major fuck up. America is seen as weak, and people just try to see how much they can get away with.
Yes, they're testing the limits right now. They're pushing the boundary to see, like, can I do this? What will
Is
be
it
the reaction
okay?
to this?
Do I get a terms of service violation? Is it?
It's literally like a fucking cat pushing a thing at the edge of the table, like.
Will Neville Chamberlain rattle his papers? We have it signed.
Peace in our time.
Peace in our time.
The Austrians just there laughing.
I think there's no way in hell Russia will invade Ukraine.
Probably not.
I think Russia invading Ukraine is unlikely unless America makes another major fuck up.
If America makes another major.
In which case they might just go for it. If China happens, oh, you bet your fucking ass Ukraine happens. Because everyone's attention is going to be in China, and Putin's going to do the exact same playbook as last time. You're like, little green men, little green men. Yeah, and everyone's going to be too busy to China to deal with it. They'll just be like,
Bye,
fine.
Chechnya.
I think if China does Taiwan and America doesn't do anything about it, then yeah, Russia will just go into Ukraine.
No, even if America does something, because America is not going to be in a position to go to China and Ukraine. They're not going to have the political will, I don't think.
But what will Germany do in that situation? Oh, I'm sorry.
Germany will bitch and whine. That's what Germany will do. Like, have you seen their current coalition government? It's fucking awful. It is so awful.
Yeah, it is like full of far left extremists. And the thing is, it's like, look, if Germany wants the economical catastrophe to fall down on their country, that's fine. But I don't understand why Poland has to suffer like the fuck did they do.
Poor Poland. They're just sitting there next door, like, why is this happening to us?
Yeah, like literally.
Like, if Russia's like, would you like immigrants? Poland's like, no.
No, like, dude, the immigrants are going to be the least of the worries. Like, did you see the energy plan? Like, I mean, I have never seen a country want to fuck its energy sector so badly like the German government.
Oh,
And the
yeah.
thing, yeah, and not only that, but they want you to fuck your own energy sector as well. It's
Well, of course they do. They're sitting there, and they've already cut their own wrists. They're looking down at the gushing stumps, and they're looking at everyone else and goes like, please follow.
yeah, please follow. Yes.
Like, I don't want to be the only one to kill myself.
The funny
I'm
thing
sorry,
about
Germany. Like, you didn't discuss this with us.
the funny thing that I have about the polls, and by the way, like the EU keeps just I don't know like why do they keep doing this to themselves? But out of all the nations to bully, they decide to bully Poland and Hungary. And it's like when you look at the national anthem of Poland, it starts with "Poland is still here."
Yep.
Bitch,
Bitch, we're still alive.
Some fucking how they're hanging on. Not for much
I do
longer
like
though.
that.
Yeah, they were complaining about like the courts saying that our country constitution is more powerful than the European Union, and it's like, duh. I mean, when was this even not the case? And by the way, like people forget that in Germany there was a similar ruling where the German court said it's like, yeah, our legislation and our constitution is more powerful than the European Union agreement, and the EU didn't say anything at the time, of course.
The EU is not in a great position either. They're fairly weak and they are getting a lot of pushback. It's also the reason why they've been targeting big tech companies a bit more recently, because they're trying to score some easy points basically by picking on the retarded kid in class.
They don't even get that. I mean, the internet companies don't seem to barge either.
Meanwhile, Google sits there like, I thought we were fellow fascist bros. We were going to oppress the proletariat together.
Yeah, now the EU is talking about like mandatory vaccines. So like they want to do what is being done in Austria. Like if you don't get it, it's a crime. And I'm thinking like, okay, I understand the sentiment. You know, like human health is very important. How the fuck are you going to imprison like 20% of your population? How?
Via the same tyranny you used to imprison the first 10%, I imagine.
Oh, still.
They'll just
It's
keep
weird.
doing it.
Yeah.
And besides, like, that's the thing. This entire fucking thing, right? It's been a dry run for the proper fucking that we're about to get, as they've realized. Hold on, we don't need to imprison 20% of the population. You know what we do, V? We tell them that they can't go outside because there's a dangerous virus nearby, and suddenly everyone stays at home.
I guess that would work in Western countries, but in Eastern Europe, no.
Like, in Eastern Europe, you just need to, crack a few skulls as well.
I don't know. I'm fairly optimistic that this whole thing is going to last one or maximum 2 more years before it blows up.
That's the thing. Like, that's what you call optimism. Like, yes, I think this panic craze of authoritarian health socialism will be over in maybe 4 years. Like, it's not optimistic.
No, 1 or 2 years, I said.
Yeah, but it's only been 2, so.
Well, yeah.
This fucking COVID shit has done so much damage to us. It's not even funny.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the gas prices here, right? And I'm like, it used to be to warm a house, it was like $100. Now it's almost $1,000, and I'm thinking like, how can people pay for this? Like this, like
gas
if
prices? Are you warming your house with gas?
Yeah, that's what most Romanians do. Like you have
Fucking savages.
Yeah, what do you warm your house with?
Electricity.
Okay, and where does electricity come from?
Oh, not gas, no.
Well, Mr. Norwegian, how do you produce electricity in Norway?
Well, over here it's mostly hydroelectric, actually, in my local area.
Oh, okay. So if you don't have a water, then how do you make electricity?
In this weird situation where I just keep ignoring all of the ways to make electricity until I finally arrive at the one I wanted, there is only gas.
Many countries use
Like,
gas.
even then, it's more likely to be coal than gas.
But even then, um, the price of electricity is also skyrocketing.
That's true. The electricity prices have gone up super far. And the best part is, the reason why it's going up so rapidly is because we're selling all the electricity in this beautiful circular retard structure, where we sell all of our electricity to Germany, who then sells it back to us at a slightly higher price, and then we turn around and go like, but now you need energy because you sold all of it. Now you need to pay more. And it literally just keeps going.
Are you kidding? Like, is that actually your Norwegian foreign policy?
No, that is the energy business. Like, whenever there's an excess of energy, they sell as much as they can, which means that they'll then run out of energy. And then they'll be looking at the wall going, gosh darn it. And then they'll have to buy it from other countries who do the exact same thing. It is the dumbest thing. And the thing is, it's incredibly profitable for the companies doing this because they can simply just keep buying it and send the entire bill to the end customer every single time. So they lose nothing on rising stone prices, on electricity prices.
Yeah. So then it's not retarded. It's just that they make money out of it. Like the individual person that's selling it makes money.
Okay, it's just
corruption.
incredibly abusive.
Yeah, it's corruption. Oh look, I got someone.
That's the difference. I forget. I'm speaking to a Romanian. It's like, that's not stupid. It sounds like a pretty good plan.
It's corruption. Look, I'm speaking with someone from Minnesota. They use gas for electricity.
Don't look at
You
me.
use gas for
Don't look
electricity.
at me. They probably live out in the sticks up north. Maybe by Bemidji, because they're savages. There are tribes up there.
Do you use gas, Kyle? You can tell me if you do. I'll yell at you, but
I don't use gas for that. Though at my parents' home, we did use gas for the stove.
there you go. So even in Minnesota, not everyone's a fucking muppet.
But by the way, like, so the Americans, did you notice that they passed the Green New Deal?
The what?
The Green New Deal. It actually got passed.
It sounds stupid, like many things.
The Green New Deal has two parts. First part was the infrastructure bill. The second part is the Build Back Better bill.
That sounds stupid.
Build back better.
V, I want you to
Both of them.
apologize.
No, but like both of them are the Green New Deal. Unironically, like go read it. Like the infrastructure and the Build Back Better are the same Green New Deal.
That's just America getting screwed, though.
You want me to
I think the
read-
Americans deserve it at this point.
Read laws that my fucking people pass? Fuck. That take
Yeah.
forever. They pass so many.
That was their excuse too.
It's impossible to keep tabs on all the laws. We have so many laws for things. Or deals or whatever. Corruption, same thing.
I don't
It
know
all
about that.
adds up. I don't care. I don't really follow U.S.
I
news
should
because
move
it makes
to
me
Norway
depressed.
so that I can get cheaper gas. I think that would be good.
You want to move to Norway? Then those fuckers are going to charge you more from taxes. You're not going to be saving money, V. They're going to be bleeding you dry. Those fucking mountain
the gas
monkeys.
is going to be cheaper.
Yeah,
so
but the
there's
mountain
that.
monkeys,
Is
V.
it?
The mountain monkeys.
How much cheaper do you think it's going to be?
With all those taxes adding up, it won't be that cheap. Mm-hmm.
That's true as well.
V, think, V, think.
I'd rather have the monkeys that I can make them into oil. It's going to
Damn.
be cheaper.
Turning barch into oil. Based, but still.
I think the both of you should stay where the hell you are, frankly, because you
Oh, yeah,
seem
he
to be
doesn't
doing
like
enough
me.
damage there.
Don't worry, I'm
Doesn't
sure.
like immigrants.
Oh, I've heard Barch talking about becoming a Barch UG soon enough.
Oh yeah, but like
I
think
do want to
about it.
move to fucking Texas because I was looking at the prices of buying entire houses. They're like not just little houses, either fucking mansions, and it's spit and nothing. It's spit and fucking nothing. Like I could buy a fucking castle in Texas and just be like, yes, I live here now.
Think about the good things of having Romanians in your country, Arch, because now we can look at the energy sector and say, hey, that's corruption.
We've had Romanians in our country, V. We committed a small genocide against them.
Really?
Yes, the gypsies. We were not fond of them, as it turned out.
Whoops.
Oh, I see.
Bit
Like
of an
these
accident.
certainly like my people.
Mein,
Uh-huh.
Are they
mein
not
Volk.
welcome?
Mein.
Mein Volk.
Okay.
Mein
Look
Lieben.
at chat though. A lot of those little monkeys are like, I have a gas furnace. You're savages. That's what you are. I have a wood stove. I do have that because I live in
You're
fucking
savage.
Norway. Like,
What's
what,
wrong
what do
with
you what do you
gas, Arch?
fucking think?
Like, what's wrong with gas? I don't understand. Like, it heats your house a lot better than electricity.
Bart's is
expensive
paranoid
gas
it's
Yes,
gonna
is?
it
explode.
also means that you're living in an explosive device.
Yeah, that's part of the
No,
fun,
the
Arch.
explosive device is downstairs, and if it goes boom,
If you
You won't
start,
notice.
no, you'll notice. If you start smelling gas, you're like, "What's that?" And then boom.
I don't get it. It's like, okay, so first of all, you have a guy coming in and checking it every 3 years, and secondly, it's actually made by a Norwegian country, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, look at that,
Um,
You
Bart.
probably
Show
do
people.
have like hydro or something, yes.
Yeah, and then like finally, the heat that comes from it is a lot better than the heat that comes from electricity.
I don't know about that. Like, does the heat? Like, okay, now I have to ask a V question here. Like, how is the heat different?
It feels different.
It feels different.
Feels.
The heat on my skin. Ah, that good Eastern gas.
No, seriously,
It's
like
got
any,
it got a little bit of a kick to it. Is that lead in the plumbing I smell? 1982 vintage.
Look, anyone that actually grew up on a farm and had a stove with wood knows what I'm talking about. Like the heat can definitely feel different.
Well, yeah, a wooden stove, yes, but weren't we talking about gas now?
Yeah, like the one with gas, it feels different than the
Do
one
you
with
put gas in your fucking wood stove? Stop it.
No,
Cease.
what what I'm saying is that if you have like a radiator that heats the room with electricity, it feels different than if you have like actual hot water in the plumbing that heats the room.
Again, I question all of this.
Hmm.
Look, someone said gas is expansive, electro is directional.
Well, that's the funny thing, because over here we've had this, and across Europe, in fact, we have this massive push where everyone's like, we gotta go for electrical, we gotta have electrical cars and electrical things, and everything needs to be electrical. Right now, it would be cheaper for me to run an electrical generator on fucking whale oil than it would be to actually heat my house electrically.
Yes, like that's the reason I didn't get the electric heating because I could have done it, but it's so
Yeah, but
expensive.
9 times out of 10, like the other 90% of the year, the electrical heating is far cheaper.
Well, I need it in the winter. Like I don't care about it anytime else.
That's
But
because
right
you
now,
live in a southern soft country.
but the thing is, like right now, electricity is a lot more expensive. Like if you heat your house with electricity, it's like almost double.
Oh, only the double? We're up in, I think, triplicates now.
Oh Jesus! Right. So I don't regret the fact that I chose to heat it with electricity. And someone said like electrical heating smells funny.
That means that you haven't cleaned your fucking electrical heater. Like, that smells like burned dust. That was the word I was looking for. That's because it is burned dust. But a good wood stove is the best way to heat any house. A nice, big, fat wood stove. Nice, overwhelming, radiating heat.
Yes. The only problem is like first of all, wood is probably very expensive now.
Yeah, but that's why you buy it in bulk. Like we have an entire outhouse filled with wood. Like it'll last us a decade.
The second problem, I guess, is like well, fine, you have to chop it, so it's a little bit more Like if you're a lazy person, it's
You don't have to chop it.
you don't chop it.
You don't have to. There are machines that can do that for you.
Wait, you don't go out in the back of your house and there's like a trunk and you put the little log and you raise the axe on top of your
Arch
head.
doesn't
And you
do
go, "Yeah!"
that.
And it,
You
it cracks.
You do that like once, and then you just chop all of it, and then it's done.
See, that's the difference between Arch and Bubbles. Bubbles will chop his wood. Barch will use a machine. One's a
Machine,
man.
like a
No,
chainsaw.
no,
or-
it's
He's like, no.
it's actually fun to chop wood. Okay, just when you do it once, because you feel so wholesome out there, and it needs to be a little nippy too. Like you need to do it like early winter when it's not too cold, but a little cold, so you can be out there in like in a shirt with your sleeves rolled up, heating yourself with your own body energy and action, and you can be like, I feel like an old-fashioned man. As you go inside and drink your fucking coffee latte, sticking out your pinky finger afterwards, like, oh, I'm so manly. It's good.
So you did do that.
I have done that, yes, several
Alright,
times.
But now you have a machine and the machine uses gas.
No, the machine uses electricity.
I see.
It's just a hydraulic press, basically, that drives a saw blade into it and goes, knack.
That is so bourgeois. My fucking god.
He's having a hard time today. He's like,
Yeah, so okay, then you take the wood and you put it in the house. I guess it's like the whole thing because you constantly have to like change the logs and like make sure
Change
the fire.
the logs, take out the
Yeah.
burning ones, put in new ones.
No, take the ash and whatnot, and then put the new ones. Oh, and you have to clean your chimney as well. My god, like that is horrible.
No, that's why God invented chimney sweepers.
Well, yeah, but like, don't you have to use the chimney sweeper to sweep the chimney, or is it like an actual person doing it?
There's an actual person doing it.
I see.
I'm gonna sweep my own fucking chimney.
I don't think I could even have something like that in Romania because there aren't enough people with chimneys, so you can actually have chimney sweepers as a profession.
I'm sure there are chimney sweepers. And it's a little easier than back in the day. You don't have like a fuzzy thing that you need to ram up and down the fucking chimney. It's just a giant vacuum cleaner, basically.
They use kids in order to do that.
Yes, because children are small and can be inserted easily into chimneys.
But they would get stuck.
Yes, and they deserved it. Like little fucking children, they get stuck.
And then they would send another kid to get him, and the other kid would get stuck.
And if they kept getting stuck, you'd put on the fucking fireplace, and if that didn't motivate them to move, well, time to find another kid.
But this is actually really
Smoke 'em
interesting
out.
because it's the first profession that banned children chimney sweeping. Like they used orphanage children in order to do it, and apparently it was so dangerous a profession that it's the first profession in the world that was banned for children.
Fucking progressive pussies, I say.
stuff those children back in the fucking chimneys.
They got an education up there, okay? Today's children too soft and
Back
pathetic.
to the child factories with that one.
They did that in the factories as well. Like they would put the children to go under the machines because they were small enough to get into tight spaces and they would get crushed by the machinery. Because usually they had to clean the machines while the machine was already running.
Well, little fucking Timmy should have learned to be more fucking careful then, shouldn't he? If he'd paid attention when he was told about this, little fucking Timmy would still have his fucking hand.
Jesus.
Little fucking Timmy deserved it.
Scratch one, Timmy.
apparently- Yeah, and the working hours were like 12, 14 hours a day back then.
Yeah, Timmy should be thankful. Timmy's being hardened into an actual working man.
Oh yeah, and of course they wouldn't pay a child a normal wage.
Of course
Timmy-
not. Have you seen how shit children aren't hard fucking labor? I wouldn't pay that.
A little
full
bit of
fucking
malnutrition
wage.
never hurt nobody.
But like think
Greedy
about it.
bitch.
Think about it this way, Arch, right? Like you have a kid and you allow him to go to the factory knowing that he's going to do like very dangerous jobs.
Uh-huh. Continue.
Yeah.
Hey, what type of person does that?
Somebody who needs money. Fucking raising children is expensive, V. Little fucker can pay for himself.
Oh my god! Like if you came up with that concept today, it would never pass. By the way, um, we had the
Say it.
controversy of bringing back dueling, right? So
Well, controversy. If by
y-
controversy you mean we argued with Rags for like 5 minutes, then yes, I do remember that controversy.
so my point was, actually our point was that I don't see the problem between two consenting adults, deciding that they feel offended enough and they want to, either pistols at dawn or whatever, because that's how you know that the person is genuinely offended. Like if you're not offended, you don't show up. So apparently in Brazil, two politicians are now dueling it in the ring. Like they challenged each other to like a K1 boxing match.
Good.
And
Let
people
them
go
fight
like,
for
"Oh, but
amusement.
this is beneath a politician. Like a politician
Is
shouldn't do
it?
that."
Politicians are
Why?
beneath
Why the
everyone
fuck are we
else.
putting politicians up on pedestals? Like, more crooked cunts don't exist.
Politicians ruin lives and send us to go die for no reason.
Yeah. No, but like I was thinking, it's like how on earth is it like why is it a bad like I just didn't see the problem with it. It's like
Hold on,
one
I'm just
politician.
gonna add legalize dueling to the stream description there. There we go.
Legalize
So
it.
like one person, right, called the other a crook. The other person felt offended, and they challenged him to a boxing match, and now they're boxing. It's like, what's the problem?
Yeah, there's literally no problem. Like, if the bitch won't stand by his words, he shouldn't have spoken them.
A real man stands by his word.
And here's the thing, too, right? Dueling led to an incredibly civil society, one that we don't have anymore at all.
I mean, think about it. If anyone can challenge you to a duel if you offend them, you'd be pretty fucking careful in your life, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you'd be a nice person, a good, decent human being.
Unless you're like really great at dueling, and then you can be the biggest asshole.
Well, in that case, you deserve it. You can back up your fucking words, can't you?
Sock and
I
bop 'em.
say, sir, you're a cuckold bitch. And he looks over at you, you're like 2 meters tall, built like a brick fucking shithouse with swords for arms, and he goes like, sir, I believe I am a bitch-ass faggot. Thank you.
Yeah,
And of
well,
course, you would have to build social norms around this. Like, challenging people for no reason would be an extraordinarily large social faux pas. Like, you should be roundly ridiculed as a brute and a gay-ass bastard if you keep doing that.
well, like you would say that the person looks tall and intimidating, and all I see is like, this is a good target for my pistola.
And that's the other thing too, right? If you challenge someone to a duel, the other guy the guy who gets challenged gets to pick weapons.
Yes, that was the thing. Yeah, like pistols or sword.
Yes. So if he calls you a gay boy, just keep calling him a gay boy until he challenges you. Now you have the advantage.
But was it just swords or pistols, or were there other weapons used?
Well, traditionally it became pistols because pistols were viewed as less lethal in some ways because they figured they'd miss.
Yeah,
but
actually,
swords.
like hitting things is very difficult.
Yes, swords is an issue because if you really bap someone with a sharpened piece of metal, that's a problem right there. It's gonna do some serious damage. It's probably gonna mutilate someone.
Let's see what weapons were allowed in duels. Did they use armor at all in dueling?
Sure, certain types of dueling. Like it really depends on the era you're looking at.
Yep.
Oh look, they use daggers, and they also use shields in some places.
They could also duel literally just using fists or brass knuckles or bare knuckles. They could use knives. They could use swords and shields. I think most things were more or less permitted.
So like, what was the rules? Like, if you use brass knuckles, like, when do you win?
Well, when one party says, "I don't want to do this no more,"
Or they're dead.
Oh.
yeah,
Well, yeah, but like the brass knuckle seems the safest, to be honest.
I don't know.
Is
Getting
it-
punched in the face with a brass knuckle is gonna
Yeah, but like,
it's gonna leave you with some issues.
No, I understand, but like you're not going to get a sword in your face. So yeah.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing: you get punched in the face by a brass knuckle, your ass goes down, the guy keeps punching, you're still gonna die.
No, because you have witnesses and you're like uncle.
Yeah, if you manage to scream with your mouth caved in.
But like no, seriously, like I think just punching and brass knuckles is probably like the least lethal out of all of them. And not to mention, like you know that he's going to go for the face, so you're trying to defend your face anyway.
Oh, he doesn't need to go for your face.
Mm.
A nice hit to the solar plexus, and you've lost this duel. Modern day dueling could be very safe. Boxing matches, easy. Hell,
A1.
even like we could literally have weapons. A sword with like an electrified edge, which just gives
That'd be
you
so
a
cool.
non-lethal zap. There you go. That's
That was
another
so
way.
cool. Like I would watch that. Can you imagine that?
Or just heavy blunted weapons with plenty of padding, and you just beat the fuck out of them.
Until
like
you're
they do in the
tired.
military. Like they have
Yep.
that in the military. They have in the Marines.
They have those
There's even
armor-proof
there's a full
suits.
martial arts like HEMA, for example.
Yep. Historical European martial arts.
Trebuchet duel would be cool.
Or the best part is you challenge someone to a duel, and they look at you straight in the eyes. I accept. We shall fight with Pokemon.
Get out your
battles.
Game Boy Color. Oh, card.
I challenge you to a Yu-Gi-Oh match.
What happened if you didn't accept the duel though?
You die.
If you didn't accept the duel, you would be shamed.
Okay,
would
and
be
how
like,
long
"You're a
would that
loser."
shame last?
Oh,
Depends on what you got
Depends.
shamed for.
it
Like,
would
let's
also
say-
then be kind of assumed by general society that the other guy's probably right.
So if you booger someone's wife, and they challenge you to a duel, and you're like, nah.
Well, then you probably buggered someone's wife. Yeah.
I think that'd still kill you, though.
No, I think like maybe no, because like people accept it, right? So I think like society would view you the same way we view our racist today. Like you're a cowardly person, not to be trustworthy. You might get fired. You know, like people would want to stop associating with you.
You might get cancel cultured, yes.
Yeah, like I definitely think like you would be ostracized from society if you are viewed like a cowardly person. You know, someone with no honor.
Oh my god, Barch, I've
Very
got
possible.
breaking news for Blondie. Look what is
And what is
requiring
it?
what? Check your DMs. I'm gonna build the suspense. That way chat gets mad.
Oh, you little homosexual.
Read it. Nexon and Games Workshop Group announced licensing agreement.
Wasn't that lovely, Kyle? I don't see what's the problem here.
Look at it. Look at it.
What's the problem here, huh?
What
Nexon's
is the
a
problem?
lovely corporation.
Are they?
All right. Warhammer Age of Sigma. PvE social multiplayer, next generation RPG, and social features support.
Sounds quite
Oh, yeah, I heard
interesting,
about
doesn't it?
that.
That's great. That's a string of letters that means nothing.
It's kind of great, isn't it?
What if the game is good? Actually,
I got this from Seth.
I mean,
I
if,
mean,
if they
again,
ma-
that means nothing. None of that means anything.
well, if
Warhammer
they-
Age of Sigmar. Genre: PvE multiplayer RPG virtual world. These are just letters strung together at this point.
It
so
means
I guess it's
nothing.
like Guild Wars. I mean, you
No,
don't
it's
have-
it's on mobile devices, so it's gonna be it's gonna be a
shit.
mobile game. That's all it's gonna be.
okay.
It's gonna be
Yeah,
some kind
it's-
of piece of shit mobile game.
Which we already
What do
have
you think
several.
about what do you think about NFTs?
I
Get
think
out.
they're a IQ test, and a lot of people have failed that IQ test.
It's true.
Well, the way I understand it is like
Oh, no.
the way companies want to use it. So Ubisoft, right? You buy the DLC, and then you can sell your DLC to someone else, and Ubisoft takes a cut.
I mean, that's a great idea for a company because now they've sold you a fake digital product that doesn't
Yes.
exist, but they've given money for it. And now you can sell that fake digital product onto someone else, and they'll get a second sales out of it.
But think about it this way. Let's say you're PewDiePie and you get a card on a stream, right? Like a football trading card from EA Games or whatever. And now you can sell that and it's like from PewDiePie, and it increases in value. So like someone can even sell it higher because now it's like it's the card that dropped on PewDiePie's stream.
Mhm. And it's a wonderful way for companies to earn extra money off absolutely nothing. See,
Absolutely.
this is the issue, right? Bitcoin had an opportunity to become actual legitimate
Oh, no.
currency, legal Tinder, basically.
Yes.
But it became just an investment due to the ridiculous explosion of value and the fact that now a Bitcoin isn't worth like whatever $60,000 it costs right now. It's ludicrous, and it's
You're
not
not
a
going to sell it for that, yeah.
and it's not functional currency at that point. Nobody's going to be like, "Ah, yes, madam, thank you very much. That'll be 0.0000000000002.6 bitcoins."
That's not the problem. No, that's not the problem. The problem is that imagine like you start a business on Bitcoin and it fluctuates so much. And today you're paying your employees $1,000 worth of Bitcoin, and next month you're paying them $10,000 worth of Bitcoin, and the month afterwards you're paying them $500 worth of Bitcoin just because of the price fluctuation.
Yes, that's another huge thing too. The fact that it has the stability of a morbidly obese woman masturbating on a waterbed. Absolutely. But what it's the exact same thing with this whole NFT thing. Its value is entirely made up. Like it's what people imagine it will be, which means you can have a ridiculously varying value because there are a lot of retards out there who will actually pay $100,000 for a picture of a fucking monkey and be like, "Oh, this was totally worth it." And because people have the sunk cost fallacy, they'll defend that. And even after having been scammed out of $100,000, they'll be like, no, it's actually my monkey.
No, I think it's a good money laundering strategy, to be honest.
An excellent
it's-
money laundering strategy.
Yeah, but like it's the same way they money launder art. You know, like create an NFT, get someone to appraise it. They appraise it to a high price. You pay them under the table. Then you donate that NFT to charity, and you get tax deductibles.
Lovely.
Yeah. And you can even do it with the same NFT, like with the same monkey over and over again. Just to change the address. And then it's like no, but I think you know, like companies are going to invest more into NFTs than into the actual game. Like Ubisoft is already doing this shit. You know, like think about it this way: when DLC came up, you know, why are people so upset about DLC? Well, they're upset because companies invest so much into DLC rather than the actual game. So you're going to buy a game, and you know, instead of just like maybe buying one expansion pack, you now have to buy like 10 or 20 DLCs, and on top of that, the company just focuses on the DLC rather than focusing on making a sequel. So that was just going to be like that, but with the NFTs.
Yes, and it'll be another thing to drag their attention away from actually making a video game. Like, that's another good point as well. Because they'll be like, okay, well, we could pour our heart and soul into making a really great video game and then hope to sell it, or we could make a lot of .pngs and sell them for twice the money and a fifth of the labor.
Well, I asked my friend at Blizzard, and I was like, "Hey, why aren't you making like a StarCraft first-person shooter?" And he's like, "Well, you know, we could do that, or we could make a StarCraft themed pinball and sell it to China and make even more money."
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like zero effort, like zero resources. You make like a StarCraft themed pinball. How difficult is that?
Now, don't you go getting any ideas there, Kyle. I already know of your abusive monetization policy.
Abuse of monetization policy. Oh, this will be good. Burchard's like, I may not have evidence right now, but one day
And I
we
certainly
will.
have a lot of assertions.
There's this very viral YouTube video with a guy who manages to get a very rare football card in a FIFA game. I think it's like a Messi or a Ronaldo or something. And he's so happy that he accidentally breaks the TV, right? Like he throws, I think, the chair. You know, he spins the chair around in his room and he actually smashes the TV. Now think about it this way: if that was an NFT, like it would be the card that got the guy to smash his TV. Like, can you imagine how expensive it would sell for? It's like it's the card that got that viral video going, and you can own that
Maybe.
card.
Like, I'm not disagreeing. Like, people are stupid enough to pay a lot of money for things that have no value. I'm not arguing against that by any stretch of the imagination.
That's
Oh
It's,
my
just
like,
God.
it's
jewelry.
such an obvious scam, but
It is.
as
It
the
is.
saying goes, there is a sucker born every second.
But like,
So-
think about jewelry, right? Like
Pet
precious
rocks.
stones. Like precious stones, like sapphire. Like what is the practical application of sapphire? Not much. We have the
It's rare.
technology to create things that look better than sapphires. But why does sapphire has value?
Well, as Kyle actually points out, it's
It's
rare
rare.
for Kyle to have a valid opinion.
And
but
I
he's
was
actually
right.
100%
I
correct
gave
on
you a
this one.
better point. Pet rocks. You're welcome. Now carry on.
Pet rocks.
Hold on. What are pet rocks?
Oh my God, they're rocks that are pets, and people sold them a while back.
It's been
I'm
a
not-
while now. But yes, people used to sell pet rocks. Yes, that was a thing.
I never forgot
mean-
because I got one as a gift once, and I'm like, what the fuck?
There
Pet
were
rock. Hey,
okay, like if you Google crystal healing dildo, apparently like there's dildos in the shape of crystals that have healing properties. So like the vagina, I guess, like sucks that healing energy, and I'm thinking like, do they need to be recharged at what point? Like,
Oh my God.
if it's being overused,
It's those
like, is it-
scams. Oh my God.
yeah, like if it's overused, like is it going to be filled with the dark energy from the vagina? Like how does it work?
The dark
Well, of course it
energy
does.
of the vagina.
like there is nothing more evil
my
and
God.
vile and prone to abuse than females. The JJ. It's the horror hole, I call it,
It'll suck you right in. Slurp you
and
right
bind
up.
you forevermore to everlasting payments. What do you mean I still owe you money?
You have 18 years, boy. 18
Yeah, seriously,
long
like
years.
Google crystal healing vagina.
Oh my
I'll
God.
give you a better one. Benoit balls. Benoit balls are not only supposed to have healing properties because of their specific crystalline structure, they're also two round glass balls you shove up the vajayjay, and then you kind of clench and unclench. And apparently, them shifting around is positive, like it'll increase your blood pressure or something.
Wait. Can a woman like clench and unclench the vagina enough to make two balls like move around?
If you work hard enough at it, everything's possible.
Yeah, I mean, there's
So
a lot
we're
of muscles
talking
down
about
there.
like the way the electrons are spinning around an atom.
Yeah.
Granted, they're not like massive. We're not talking fist-sized lumps here or anything.
Okay.
Like, honey, clench down on these ginormous rocks.
Yeah, I think like they're the size of a marble, right?
No, a little bit bigger, actually.
Okay, but still, right? So she like get into that in your asshole. Like think about it. Like put two marbles in your asshole and then you clench and release and they spin around. Like I don't think I can do that.
Well, V,
Well,
only one way to
have you
find
tried?
out. Yeah.
No, but like I
Come on,
it's
V,
still
don't be a
like-
bigot. Try it.
Like I
science.
can understand like if you put them in your fist and you can spin them around with your thumb. Like is that the motion we're talking about?
Well, you clench and you unclench, and the balls will move.
Wiggle, wiggle. That's the weirdest
Balls
thing.
move.
It's true, they do. They're
It's
round.
literally just what balls do.
Yeah, they wiggle.
And they have okay, so they have to move in order for the energy to work.
Yes, you gotta massage them in there good and proper, otherwise,
I see.
you can't expect miracles without a little bit of effort put in.
So you're
This
saying
goes-
it's a whole universe that fits in your sack.
Disco's
Potentially,
perking up
yes.
at this conversation, I'm noticing.
Okay, so like no, you know like you just all right. If I put my scrotum inside a woman's vagina and she clenches and unclenches, will get my balls to move out.
Wait,
Well, first I think it'll get you to move because you'll be screaming in pain, but
hold on. Arch, look up a Kegel exercise.
a Kegel exercise. Sure, why not?
Keggle exercise.
Kegg.
LE, yep, exercise. I'm
There's
scared
only
to
one
type
G,
it.
you lying slut. Kegel exercises for men. Okay.
What? It says it's for whammons.
No, there's a how-to guide for women and there's a how-to guide for men. So we're gonna look at both of them. There's also a Kegel exercise for the Harvard University of Health.
I refuse to search this. It sounds awful.
Step 1, locate your pelvic muscle.
Okay.
I don't like where this is going.
Step 2, woman, pretend you are trying to avoid passing gas.
Okay.
Step 3, pretend to tighten your vagina around a tampon.
I can't do that.
I imagine you can. But for men, it's pretend you're trying to avoid passing gas. Same.
Okay.
And
yeah.
2, while urinating, try to stop your urine stream.
That's horrible, but okay.
These are the muscles you need to use to... I don't even know what.
To what?
Pelvic floor muscles. You might benefit from doing Kegel exercise if you leak a few drops of urine while sneezing, laughing, or coughing. Okay, I fortunately don't.
It's to help you.
Having strong, sudden urge to urinate just before losing a large amount of urine.
What?
What?
Nani?
I
So-
always have a strong need to urinate before I take a piss. It's true.
Nani?
What the fuck?
Is that unusual? Is that legal?
Nani desu ka?
Weeb.
Huh. Leak stool. Okay, fair enough. I don't leak shit all that frequently, except when I'm literally taking a shit, so fine.
That could be tragic. I could see why you might want to do the Kegel
So, like,
exercise.
why do you do these things? Like, what's the benefit?
Well, when you do them, you stop leaking stool, or you cease having a strong, sudden urge to urinate before you take a piss, I guess.
I mean,
So I. Okay, so I do the trading arc from that anime with the demon slayer, right? Like where he huffs and puffs until he breaks vases with his breath, all right?
Mm-hmm.
But I do it with my ass. But it's not to
Yes.
fight demons. It's
to
be
fight
able-
shitting yourself.
It's to fight shit.
To be fair, one moment where you can leak a little bit of stool is if you have that perfect storm shit, you know, where you, for example, you've been up in the morning and you thought you were going to take a shit, but you didn't. Maybe you ran out of time, or you didn't go a workout, somebody was hammering on the door, let me in. You know, stuff happens. And then you just walk around for the rest of the day and you haven't taken a shit. But the bullet is in the chamber. It's in the wrong place. It's rotting, it's seething, it's soothing in your acid right there. And you can't notice because there's no sensation back there. But when it finally, the dam breaks and it's just actual, like, gruel. Gruel. Dripping, dropping gruel. I can see
is.
that leaking.
Yeah.
Just brown gruel. Like, you can still feel a little bit of solidity. Like, there's tiny little pellets in there, but by and large, it's just gruel.
But like you can also have like a diarrhea, but you don't know you have it yet, right? So it's like that perfect moment between health and diarrhea, and you think you
Yes.
have a fart, like it's in the chamber, and you just think it's like a fart.
Yeah, it's a fart. You feel it's a fart. Like, I'm just going to
Yeah.
let loose a little fart here. And you just fill your pants. And you
maybe-
don't notice in time either.
Yes. Like maybe you're even alone in the room, and you're like, you know, if you let it really hard, it will scratch the outer walls in a perfect sensation, and then you realize with horror and with a shocked expression of what just transpired.
Yes. Like, you're preparing to let loose one of those monster farts. The ones that feel like they bury their way through your chair. And you don't catch it in time. And there you sit. Like, everything is poop now. Everything is brown. And you have to live with it.
Yeah,
okay.
it's like the airplane, you know, with the Marines, and then it's like green, and it's like go go go. Like once it went to that point, you can't stop it. Like
There's
all the
no
Marines-
hope. Like, you may try to clench, but it's futile. It's a
It's
futile gesture at that point.
over.
like all the Marines have to go out. Yes.
The war is lost. Everything's over. Even worse is if the worst one is when you're imagine sitting on an airplane, right? And you think you've got a little soft one hidden away, and you're just like, I'm not gonna sit here holding this. It'll be a silent one. And you feel just that tiny bit of wetness escape your anus, and you're like, oh shit. I just pooped myself. But it's not enough to really stand out. And now you have to stand up, pretend that nothing is wrong, walk past the stranger next to you, giving them the crotch because you can't give them the ass on this occasion, and stand there in line again, pretending all you can. I didn't shit myself. I didn't shit myself.
As it runs down your leg, you're like, no.
Everything's totally normal.
God.
Leaving a little trail, a little snail trail.
Yes, maybe a little bit of
Oh.
paranoia sets in. You know, the person in front of you gives you a look. Like the look is just like exasperation. Like, yeah, I'm standing here in the fucking shitting queue on the airplane as well. But
There's
you're
gonna
like,
be an odor,
he
though.
knows.
He can
He
smell
can
it.
smell it.
He's wondering right now to himself, did this guy shit himself? But maybe if you could just pretend to like play it off that it's somebody else, like look around like, oh, what is that? You know? Try to play it off as it's not you.
Have you ever had like Indian food or something really spicy, right?
Yes.
And yeah, it like the moment is nigh. The harbinger, comes up, and you get to feel that the pain in your belly is now going downward.
The pain
And
descends.
yeah, it's like a pressure that's like a buildup. It's like a buildup on the border, and it keeps massing and massing and massing. And like your brain is trying to have a meeting with the us, and it's like telling it's like no, like we're trying to stop this. It's like
You need to be
de-escalate the
prepared.
conflict, like de-escalate because now is not the time, right? And then
What are you
if you
doing?
don't-
You're still in at your grandma's Christmas party. Hold it in.
Fuck.
Exactly. And what happens if you don't find refuge within that time? Like what? Like if the build-up keeps happening.
It's gonna be like Operation Barbarossa. It's just you're gonna be overrun. It's gonna be a fucking massacre.
Just a complete disaster.
Like
That's-
there was once that it happened to me and I managed to reach in time, but I swear to God, like if it was like 20 or 30 more seconds, I would not have been able to predict the outcome. But
Jesus.
it was like literally just like exactly what was supposed to happen. That was.
I had one of those too. Like when I was in on a vacation in the south, like nice and warm. The warm immediately fucks with my entire biology because my body's like, "What is this heat? What? What? Where's the snow?" And it begins freaking out, and everything inside of me just turns into a little oven, a little goddamn oven, frankly. And your poop it's just gas at this point. It's liquid. It's horror.
Ah,
And you're walking around. You think you're fine. You're okay. Everything's okay. You don't sense anything. There's no danger. There's no problem. And suddenly you get that feeling, and you know, here it
Yeah,
comes.
your
And you have to
brain's-
walk back to the hotel. And every step you feel it jolting through your asshole, like, oh god, oh no, oh Jesus.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh
You're
my
describing it
God.
exact- And your brain starts sending envoys to your ass to de-escalate the conflict, but it's no use.
You're clenching as hard as you can, yet at the same time, you're also painfully aware of the fact that you're in public and you can't look like you're about to shit yourself. What will people think?
I'm really curious, like what would happen if you have no access to a toilet?
Well, eventually the muscles will give out and Chernobyl will unfold the way Chernobyl was always intended
you
to.
won't be able to cover this up, boy. It's over. Everyone will know
At
you
which
shut
point,
yourself.
the only remaining question is, which humiliation do you choose? Do you walk back to the hotel with just a massive brown fucking stain on your pants? Or do you take off your pants and walk there in just your boxer shorts, hoping that you're like, people would just think I'm really warm or something?
There's gonna be fucking
know.
brown smudge
Ye-
marks
ye-
all over.
Like if that would happen, I would pretend that I'm really sick. Like I would clench my belly and just like like but then people might think you have like some pathological
Something serious?
disease.
The sympathy might overwhelm their disgust. That's a
Well,
good plan.
no, that's not it. I mean, they would just keep away because they might think it's contagious.
It's true.
Well, that's the problem, right? A kindly woman bends down and goes like, "Oh my god, are you all right?"
No, the best thing is like you're at the hotel, Arch, right?
Look
And-
into her eyes, just
and-
as
and-
disaster
look-
strikes, like whispers
No,
gently.
listen.
I'm sorry.
Like you have the absolute final countdown and you're at the hotel and then the security guard goes like, "Sir, may I see your green pass?"
All right, hold on there. May I identify you?
It's a little bit brown. It's not so green anymore.
And they take your green pass like, oh, this thing isn't working. I'm sorry, sir. I ran out of battery.
Mr. Security Guard, if you don't let me go now, you're gonna get a DNA test all over you.
Well, didn't they say like at first there were BBC articles saying like COVID can be transmitted through farts?
See, I don't have that problem. That's a Romanian problem. I am white. Like no hotel person has ever stopped me for anything.
Well, go to Germany and you're going to get your first lived experience.
I'll just tell them like I'm Norwegian. You have no power over me. Wave my hand like you have no power here.
To be honest, now if I'm going to have a social justice activist go like, when were you ever discriminated? When I went to the mall.
True.
By the way, let me show you something what Germany did. This is absolutely beautiful. So they did it in my country and they did it in Germany as well. So there's this German what did they call it? The supermarket, Lidl and Kaufland, and they actually put fences to separate the good people from the bad.
Good. We must show those unvaccinated what we care about them.
Okay, look at this. Like you're going to love it. Hold on, where can I put it?
Just post it gaming and chill. I'll grab it.
Okay, all right. Because I wanted to take a couple of my friends, but unfortunately, like they removed them before. Like scroll down a little bit as well.
Yep, loading it.
Yeah, so it was to separate the documented people from the undocumented.
Is that the fence is for?
Yeah. So if you have the green pass, you're on the right side of it.
Oh my god.
The thing is, right? Like I wanted to get some friends and do a couple of photo ops. Like for example, one of them would have been like I would go to the to the undocumented side and click to the fence with puppy eyes and looking towards the product on the other side and like give me food, mister.
You should have gone full Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, just on your knees, leaning towards the fence, head down, cast a tear.
Yeah, but you have to do that on the other side, right, where the proper people can go.
That's true. Yes, like on the inside of the fence. Like, woman, what are you doing?
Like have a Snicker bar and give it to the people on the other side. But like no, like the coolest thing would be like get 5 people to dress as zombies, and they just like attack the fence, and you have like 5 other people dressed as soldiers, and go like perimeter alert. Perimeter alert.
Gosh darn Romanian.
At
least he's having fun.
Well, now that we've had our highbrowed philosophical debate, shall move on to a few super chats. I think. Yes, let's start on the super chats. They can't be any worse than what we've already had, can they?
We'll find out.
I wonder how many people are commenting about the T-84 or T-42s or whatever the fuck you two incompetent morons were talking about.
It'll be an hour before we get to that part of the super chats.
See, that would have been cool. Instead of a fence, put a giant T-48 to separate people. A rainbow flag on it.
I like how it advances a little bit each time too.
But look, instead of putting a fence, what if you just put a fake wall and then you put the EU flag on it and you put a rainbow color, and then that's fine.
Well, that's the thing. The firmest barricade you could probably get in today's society is literally just an LGBT flag. It's like if you touch that, you're going to jail.
By the way, do you know what Romanians did to get rid of those fences?
Food for them?
No, of course not. We're not savages. No, we got different. Sorry, so we filed complaints to different agencies, and the health agency didn't do anything. I mean, they did an inspection, but they couldn't find any problem with it. And the like the court that files with human discrimination didn't have a problem. The fire department had a major problem. Apparently, those are a fire hazard because people can't reach the escape in time. So they fined Kaufland and Lidl quite a bit, and they had to take away those masks.
Wow. But now, Glowy says Cosby was railroaded. He did drugs and had sex outside of marriage during the 60s or 70s. Wow, celeb did that. Go figure. Indeed. People activists had a grudge against him. He was like the only black right-wing celebrity criticizing certain trends of the urban community. True. Cosby was
I didn't
based.
know that. I didn't know that.
But Cosby was also you gotta remember, you have to remember, Bill Cosby was one of the biggest celebrities in the world at one point. Like, he had pussy lobbed at him everywhere he went.
So he was like Tucker Carlson?
I don't think Tucker has even had pussy thrown at him, much less lobbed.
I think I saw Schoenhead saying that she likes the picture with him sitting in a tool shed.
At this point, I don't think Schoenhead qualifies.
I see.
I must question.
I mean, well,
You're being judged. Be run.
You are being judged, V.
You can tell when Arch is judging it too. He's like,
so you're saying, like, hold on. If Schoenhead came to your house and went like, let's go on a date, you would say no.
fuck
I'd
no.
say too old.
Too old.
I don't want no used goods.
There you
Get
go.
out of here.
Have you seen the stuff that apparently she and Arvid Skeptic was getting up to?
No.
No. There you go. I have.
What?
Okay.
I don't want to know. Never mind.
You don't want to know.
Moving on. Super chats.
Dane Goldenstar says, it's nice to see V coming on the show, although embarrassingly, I mistook him for being Amos Yee for about a year's time because I heard him wrong in a video. Sorry for that mix-up, and breed Kibbs.
He forgives the V. Look at that.
A woman
I
in
don't
my...
know. Amos Yee and V, the two have much in common.
Yeah.
I'm the one that called Mr. Medicare on his bullshit because he thought that Amos E was trolling. I don't think he was trolling.
I mean, he might still be trolling. It might just be a really long-term, really deep cover troll.
It's almost like it's cope.
Like,
I'm
smells
still
like.
trolling, guys. I don't even know who we're talking about, but I'm trolling.
Like, I was thinking, it's like, there is no fucking way, like, someone would risk his entire life, like, his entire livelihood, just for a troll. Like, no one is that convinced.
Like, I admit, it was a heavy-duty troll. There's no doubt about that.
No one will. Yep.
It was a troll with dedication. But,
Conviction.
you know, the
woman in-
possibility is still there.
A woman in my chat said Cosby didn't do anything wrong.
Well, if a woman said it.
Who said it?
Glowy says, not having voices in your head is usually a good thing. Now, if you don't have an inner monologue or are unable to imagine an object in your head, is it just static?
Like, the TV is off.
I wouldn't, I wouldn't. Why would there be static? Like a buzzing sound, like, no, it would just be silence.
So I actually looked at people who don't have like voices and and images, and apparently they experience emotions.
Experience emotion.
Yeah. Like, for example, they can get like they can get angry or happy or whatever, but like they can't really think or see anything.
Again, what you're describing here is the NPCs and their software triggers getting activated.
Well, no, because the NPC like needs the place where the software is, stored.
Yeah,
so
that's
they
the
can-
brain. Like, that's where the software goes. And occasionally they get updates. Like,
Yeah.
recently, the latest software batch, for example, was when they suddenly started going like, oh, this popular thing has always been woke. That's a software update.
Yeah, that is true. Well, no, a better software update is like stay home, save lives. Then software update, go out and protest for BLM. And then software update, stay home, save lives. And then it's like...
I mean, you gotta admit, though, it's a beautiful software because even with tons of contradicting input, it still runs.
Yeah, I mean, like, by the way, like, do you think when it was like stay home, save lives, go out and protest, was it like was the third one an update, or did it just like went back to a previous version.
A glitch, a quick reset. Like, hold on there. Chloe says Lovecraft lore Neoth Korgoi. Neoth Korghai, actually, are spacefaring vampiric fungi traveling in a spacecraft while lying dormant within it until they're contacted by an intelligent life form. Can possess sentient life forms, calling it they will make Emperor Xeno fungus.
That sounds kind of cool.
Actually, sound kind of tarded, frankly. I disavow. Neoth. Glowy is Neoth. Glowy shall be renamed to Neoth. Then we'll see how tough he is. Alright. And critical COVID theory. We're tired of being treated as a disease. Viruses are people too. We're entitled to infect others who have multicellular privilege. Microbe lives matter, you viral foe. True. It is a creative way of viewing things, but it is. Boag, you're not named Lupo. Good day, Arch Kibson V. Ken Akamatsu, in his crusading ascentship, is considering running for office. Any thoughts on this? Not just considering, I'm pretty sure he has confirmed that he's running for office in Wapano land now, and I entirely support it. Hell, do it. He's an anti-censorship agent running for political office. This is a good thing. Now, I have no idea about anything else in Japanese politics, so for all I know, he could be the most rabidly insane person in the history of the universe. But he's a free speech activist, so
He controls Japan. But he controls Japan. How bad can that be? You know, it's like. I mean, like seriously, like all of these people, it's like, oh my god, this guy is a fascist. It's like, okay, but he's a fascist in Japan. Like, what is he going to do?
Well, he can invade China again, I guess.
I guess, but like, can he win?
Well, that depends. How many bonsai charges will it take?
Jesus Christ! Apparently, Shrew ate out of dog bowls. What the? Okay.
Like I said, V, you're like, I'd totally date her. Like, okay, you fucking deviant.
She's funny. Anyway, alright, keep going.
V desperately tries to defend himself. It fails miserably. Zonta, GOP, we like free market. Also GOP, we need state-managed single-family units because the only alternative is commie blocks. Screw the free market. America. Kyle's country is an awful place.
Like, read that again. So GOP wants free markets, but GOP is against what?
We need state-mandated single-family units because the only alternative is commie blocks.
When did they say that, though?
Well, it's the usual GOP thing, isn't it? That you need the small American family, as always, the familial unit, which by and large will be beneficial to the majority of people, but there should be a freedom of choice and it should not be state-mandated.
Okay, so if you don't do that, like, are you going to get punished by the law? Like,
well, yeah, it's illegal to be polygamous, for example, in many places.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you'll be punished because it's fucking illegal.
Okay, so like, because of religious reasons, because you can't have like polygamy, they consider that not to be a free market.
Well, I guess it's the free market of ideas.
But like, Muslims can have multiple wives in the U.S. Like, you go into a Muslim nation like Saudi Arabia, you marry multiple wives, and then you travel to the U.S. and your marriage is recognized.
I don't know if it'll be recognized.
Well, yeah, because if you're in the hospital, your 4 wives want to see you. They're considered kin.
Okay, well, that might be just Americans being Americans. Kyle, if a Muslim with 4 wives needs his 4 wives to visit him in the hospital, what do?
I don't know.
Well, okay,
I have no idea how this
works. Resident American is flabbergasted by this.
Why
I
not?
don't.
It's like if the Muslim dies and there's the inheritance question, it's like yes, all the wives get the inheritance. I mean, a part of it.
A part of it. A fourth
Wait.
each.
Yeah.
It'll be like the Charlemagne Empire when it crumbled. Yes,
Or
beautiful
like an
tisms.
eighth, probably. Terry Butler says late and Nazis. Nazis. The Nazis. We do need more catgirl Nazis, it's true.
Did you notice that fascism has gone out of the way of vogue, like misogyny has? Like, when's the last time you heard about the patriarchy, or when's the last time you heard about, oh my god, this guy's a fascist?
Well, I hear the last one quite a while, actually.
Yeah, I hear that
Well,
one quite a bit.
No, but like I'm talking about in the mainstream. Like right now, it's like the anti-science is the worst thing imaginable.
Well, yeah, but that's because it's currently the biggest scare. Like the medias will go for whatever it looks most effective as propaganda at that particular point in time, and right now it is the Wu flu.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be like racist. Then it was like the patriarchy, misogyny, rape culture,
The
blah,
ping
blah,
pong
blah.
plague.
Yeah,
I like
then
that. The ping pong plague.
the ping pong plague. Go on. What's the next one?
Well, you interrupt me before I could ask you one of them.
Okay, sorry. Go on.
Boeing says, 2 questions for V. Are you aware of the penicillin? Also, which character from Killing Bites is your favorite?
I don't know what Killing Bites is, and I found out about penciling, and it's horrible.
You should watch Killing Bites. It's a pretty good, just brain dumb fucking battle action anime.
Don't really have time, but I will.
Abdi Muhammad says, will we ever get V on the Skaven RP? No, because he'll fucking ruin it trying to be funny.
Oh my god, he gave you money as well? Cheating on me, I feel. Yeah.
The Hills simply says pee-pee. No further comment. Andrew Apalatukwe, what can GA do if they had hologram technology for their tabletop game? GA.
Nothing.
GA?
They would do nothing. Like they're not doing. Like they have the opportunity to put that into computer format, and they're not doing it.
Like, I think honestly too, the thing is holograms probably just wouldn't be a very good idea. It would probably just be an inferior user interface in almost every single way, shape, and form.
But let's say you have it like really cool. It's really polished. It looks realistic.
Then they'd just make a video game, but it'd be in an inferior UI.
But the thing is, like the holograms, they can't sell like figurines, right? Unless they're NFTs.
I mean, there you go. NFTs are the future. Guardian Gamer says, alright, y'all, and Razor convinced me to get into Battletech, but where do I begin? By reading the Rassalhaugen lore, because it's the only faction that's worth a damn in that little piece of shit universe. Yes.
No.
Is the game on Steam good? The Battletech one?
It's okay. It's a good base for mods, but the writers were pretty wokey about it, unnecessarily so.
So I shouldn't buy it.
It's got a good brown waifu.
It's got some redeeming qualities, but the story is awful. If you're not going to mod it, I wouldn't recommend it.
Gotta mod it. But then again, is there something you don't have to mod?
Sometimes.
My
Like-
dick. I mean, my dick is really good. If I put a condom on it and I mod it like that, it actually doesn't feel as good.
But the thing is, I'm pretty
Alright.
sure you can modify your penis to be far superior to it is now. You're just not allowing us.
Yeah.
I
Think
mean,
of all of the things we could do with your penis. We could
It
chop
could
it
be-
off, replace it with a steam piston.
It could
But
be
it's not
barbed,
mod.
too.
It'd be way
Yeah.
stiffer than your little flangety ass, flaccid bling blang. Yes.
Arch knows your penis quite intimately. I'm wondering what's
Yeah.
going on here.
Let's chop it off and replace it with something
Like,
better. Your
I
wife
thought-
will thank us.
like I thought we wouldn't talk about that brothel in Germany we've been to.
Oh, no. Cancel
The
Barch.
brothel in Germany is an open secret.
Apparently, like in Austria, there is a brothel where if you get vaccinated, you can have sex with hookers for free.
Risk contracting? No, can't say that on YouTube.
The good catch.
I'd rather just pay the $60, frankly. It's like, okay, well, here. That's the issue. Like, hey, if you do this, you'll get to have sex once. Okay, but I can do that for like half an hour's of labor anyway. So
Is it $60 to? Is it that cheap?
well, the correct
How
horse to be.
how come there's people that are still virgin in Germany if it's $60? I mean, surely.
I mean, have you seen street whores? They don't command the vastest prices, frankly.
No, but like you can actually go into a brothel, right? So it's like a place that's I
Well,
guess like
a brothel would be a bit more expensive because the brothel takes half their money, so like double it, I guess.
so it would be 120.
120, 150, somewhere in that vicinity.
Okay, but that is expensive.
It's expensive. How expensive?
Well, $150 for like 10 minutes of pleasure isn't a good deal.
10 minutes. Ah, I see where the problem lies. It's between the keyboard and the computer. Oh well.
How long do you spend with? Okay, fine, whatever.
Well,
This
you
is-
purchase them for like an hour at the time, so you know.
What do you do with a whore for an hour? I mean, do you tell her your life
What do
story?
you
Is
do
it
with
like
your
a-
wife for an hour?
But it's my wife. There's
I finish and I put her out on the porch, of course. She has water. She won't starve.
But it's compassion and love with my wife, and like we're talking about a strange woman who's just wanting to sell me sex.
Ah, what could be more compassionate than that? Like,
You
hello
know-
there, young German man in need. Would you like to pay me for sex? Like,
You
the
know, I
compassion.
just had an idea. Alright? How you can make Age of Sigmar fun. You go to a brothel, you buy the whore for 1 hour, and then you get her to play Age of Sigmar with
That
The
doesn't
problem
make
is
it
you're
fun.
probably gonna need more than an hour. Like, that's a 2 to 3 hour project right there. And then you gotta remember too, you're probably gonna have to teach the bitch the rules. I think
Age of Sigmar has rules.
this is a far more complicated proposition than I believe you give it credit for, honestly.
Did you know what would be funny? If she actually likes the game.
Well, it wouldn't be funny because then you've just been robbed. Like, but I gave you money though. Yeah, thanks for that.
Someone said the one with the sharpest fang wins, killing bites. I don't get
He
it.
does say that frequently.
Hmm.
It's some kind of brain rot. We haven't discovered the cure just yet, but we're working on it. Ah, poor little bug. He gets bullied. But to be fair, he kind of deserves it. Maleficus Shiny Khan says, my favorite couple and their friend. You dirty whore. And
What?
Yonzia
Like-
says, Netorare is bad. Hello, guys. Netorare is hilarious, and shame on you for kink shaming other people's fetishes. Disgusting.
But what if you go with a day in advance and you tell her to learn the game, and then when you go, she already knows the rules?
I feel like she'll charge for that too, frankly.
But is it a good investment? Okay.
No.
What if you take a time machine and you send her back in a time loop where she learns the game?
Alternatively,
no.
just enslave people at this point. Just go outside with a cudgel, beat someone, drag them to your cellar, and entrap them there instead.
And then it's like they're thinking they're going to get raped. They're like, no. And you
Like, no.
pull
I just want to play this stupid tabletop game with you. What were you thinking?
and then you pull out the Age of Sigma.
The best part would also be if she was actually really, really fat and ugly, and she's like, I thought you were going to rape me, and you just look her in the eyes like,
Like, no, I have a beautiful wife. It's just
no, I have a wife and 3 children. It's just This board game's really bad, but I enjoy it for some reason. Even better, you pull out something even worse, like Risk. Like, I want to play Risk now.
Hold on. You actually think Age of Sigmar is better than Risk?
In the long run, yes, there's more variety in Age of Sigmar than in Risk.
What about Monopoly?
Monopoly can be fun. I don't. You could actually talk people into playing Monopoly. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. I mean, Monopoly is like just too RNG.
But Risk isn't.
Yeah, that's a good fucking point. Risk is
like,
literally
this-
dice rolls.
Yeah, but like with Risk, you do take decisions at some point.
The most rudimentary
You
of
take decisions
decisions.
in Monopoly too. To buy the whore or not? Shall I hope that Gibbs falls upon the same prostitute?
Used goods. You hear screamed over the horizon. Trash.
Rubs hands.
In the entire history of mankind, there must have been someone somewhere that kidnapped another person just to play a game with.
I'm sure there was.
Like, I just want a friend. It's like, did he molest you? No, he just wanted to play poker.
No, we just play video games for a while. Are you sure? Show me on the doll where he touched you. Okay, but I'm gonna need a Monopoly board. That would be a fine little abduction right there. Still a little creepy, but acceptable. Lubu says, V, who is your favorite VTuber and why is it Kibbs? Also, do you think Kibbs is a fake gamer girl or a valley girl?
Actually liked Amelia Watson until she started playing Minecraft, and after that I tuned out.
I quite like Watson too, but only when she was being a toxic, crazy person in really competitive FPS shooters, because that was funny.
Yeah. No, but the thing is, like, those girls are really talented. I haven't checked like the new generation, like Chaos and Mother Earth and what are like they're kind of weird.
Cringe ass gimmicks, yes.
Yeah, very cringe.
Everyone's a fucking VTuber today. Like,
It's
the
good to
charm
actually
has long since worn off for me, honestly. All I see now are really, really plastic personas most of the time.
Well, the thing with the VTuber girls is that they're actually talented. I mean, they can sing, they can draw, they can play video games, and they're charismatic. So you can see it's a corporation behind them.
Yes, but that's the thing. Like, talented, yeah, certainly, absolutely, no question. But they also have an enormous corporation that does all of the other things, like singing, for example. With enough auto tunes.
No, Gargora actually can sing.
I would debate that. I have heard Gura sing.
Fly me to the moon, fly me.
Again, I would heavily debate this.
Alright.
Jackson says, as I understand, the fun of sounding comes from the prostate being stimulated by the smooth metal rod. Right, Dr. V, comment, please.
Get the fuck out. I mean, before you get to the prostrate, there is an entire tunnel of pain. That's going to. But even then, it's like. What the... No.
Just give it a shot, B. Think about
it. No.
Imagine how it'll
Yeah, but the
stiffen out.
prostrate.
Yeah.
Like, won't the prostrate feel really nice, V?
Well, like, wouldn't it be easier to just go in from the back door then to the Cave of Mysteries through the underground chapel?
V,
Like,
what are you,
why-
gay? You're shoving stuff up your butt now? You gotta do it the man way.
fucking- Jesus, V.
Yeah,
Now we know where he swings. He's like, yes, I'd never shove something up my penis.
He's like,
but my
peg me.
asshole.
Listen, up the peen or not at all, V.
So you're saying...
Yeah, this is not a debate.
You're saying, all right, that if you find a beautiful woman, Gibbs, right? Like a beautiful Neko-chan.
Oh, please don't make the argument that you want her to...
No. And you're having like you wanna do sweet love to her moist and very pleasurable vagina, right? and as you enter, there's like a nail, and it goes through your pee hole. Like that would increase your pleasure. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
This
that's what
is
we're
quite
what
the
we're
leap of
debating
logic.
now. We're debating whether or not you're a fag or not for wanting to shove a metal rod up your ass.
You're not allowed to waddle away from this V. You're gonna fucking.
Yeah,
We're
there's
gonna.
no sidestepping this.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, stream demonetized.
Is it up the Angus or not, V? Come on, let's hear.
Pee hole or butthole. There's only two options here.
You've got to choose.
You might say that this is an unfair situation, and I might agree, but nevertheless,
Pick one of the holes, bigot.
like, it's just like real life, you know. Choose between the two failed ideologies: fascism or communism.
They're both bad,
Like-
but you gotta pick your point.
Like, I'd rather not pick either. Like, lol, what are you, some kind of centrist?
You don't want to be cringe, do you? Pick
Isn't
the extremist
fascism and
group.
communism the same thing at the end of the day?
Kinda, but that's authoritarianism in a nutshell. Now, quit segueing. On to the topic.
not
Which
fas-
hole?
They actually changed the definition.
He's
of fascism.
segueing. Look at him, just fucking wheel out.
I feel uncomfortable with this conversation.
You should. The whole point is to
You're
make you
fucking mad.
uncomfortable.
I'm uncomfortable.
Your uncomfortableness gets
I'm not
Barch
comfortable
views.
at all, yes. It's uncomfortable.
Old men, I tell you, they can't take it like us kids, or something.
That's pretty sad. HK9410 says, from sounding to brain damage, truly the internet is a wonderful place. It is. We get to discuss so many cutting edge topics. The only problem is our resident doctor here is like, I'm very uncomfortable with these PP words. This is why V never became a true doctor. He's like, I can't handle the PP. But
This is
Dr.
true.
V, you must grab it. Massage it. You must check it for tumors, Dr. V.
Can you clone people in Warhammer? Do they have cloning pads?
Nobody's answering your segue questions. It's the PP hole or the bum hole. Or nothing. Scrub.
Barch is biting down now.
Jesus is here, look busy, says, hey Larch, Kibbs and V, did you guys hear about the TikToker who believes the Roman Empire was fake? Also check out Mark Felton as he makes great history videos, to be or not to be, that is the pencil. I did hear about it, but I haven't looked into it, so I can't really comment.
How can they explain like so many people having Latin languages all around the world?
Oh, it's just a made-up language, it has nothing to do with Latin. Duh. Like, Rome didn't exist,
I mean,
but Wakanda did? Yes.
how did they explain the Colosseum in Rome?
Well, it was built later, obviously.
But like, what about all those Roman statues with Roman emperors and Denaris and shit?
Again, built later. Like, it's a deep fake.
Do you know they were obsessed with penises? Like, they even had like a little penis that had 3 penises coming out of it.
Yes,
like a
and
trinket.
small penis was superior to large penis, because small penis showed more intelligence.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Yep. The
Fuck
big
all that
penises were savages. They're barbaric.
Are you telling me they were jealous?
No, small PP showed that you were intelligent, a good person, an advanced thinker. Big PP was brutish and vile.
Yes,
Okay.
much like a horse.
But that doesn't sound scientific. Like, it doesn't show like they had the study to back that up.
I think they had the studies. Like, the ancient Romans were wise in their ways.
They built one of the greatest empires ever known to man, V.
Yeah, and you think it couldn't tell a good PP from a bad, vile PP?
That was how the empire grew. They were like, the quality of this peen is not adequate. Conquer them!
Slay them all. They need not exist with penises like these.
These savage schlongs are not
The
worthy.
Roman Empire actually quite reasonable. Like, as long as you didn't do human sacrifices, they would leave you alone.
Well, if you had resources you were sitting on, and you couldn't afford to defend your borders, the Roman Empire's like, free real estate.
Now, drop your trousers so I may see whether you are going to be genocided or not.
Too big. Wipe them out. All of them.
This is quite the girthy piece of pee-pee. I think we shall have to eradicate your entire family lineage. What? That's why they burned Carthage. They had to look at all of the Carthaginian peepees, and they were all like, truly savage.
These
Kill them all.
Finosh.
Hold on.
And salt the earth when you're ready.
In such a situation, where you have to like show your PP and you live or you die, how would you get the boner?
How would you get a boner?
Yeah. 'Cause you're
How?
afraid. Yeah, like you're scared. Like
Why would you want to get a boner? Particularly if the larger the pee-pee, the closer the axe comes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Stay flaccid,
So
my
why-
dude.
So like literally everyone would be flaccid in that situation.
Well, yeah, you'd want to be. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You wanna be, but like my point is like the Romans would never find like a hard on. Like they would never see anyone, because like no one would be hard in that situation.
Well, you don't know.
Like-
There's some weird
so-
barbarians.
Yeah,
But
there's some weird barbarians.
no, but that would mean that like your way of measuring a civilization would be flawed. It's like
It
you wouldn't know.
wouldn't.
Like
If pee-pee not large enough, pee-pee choppy.
no. You said if PP is large, then choppy because like large
Minor
is barbaric.
details.
Yeah. So that means like everyone, whatever. You know whatever.
Pee-pee too large. Kill him and his family.
Uniki, snip, snip.
But sir, the baby's pee-pee is so small. Yes, it matters not. Kill it too.
Isn't the baby wise then? Like, wouldn't the baby be intelligent? Wouldn't they think?
I
like,
guess they could
children-
ask it a math question, like, little baby, what is 700 plus 243? Go. Clearly, it's a false result. Kill it anyways.
Off with
Wait,
its head.
Wouldn't by this logic mean that children are more wise than adults?
Well, again, you can clearly disprove this with a simple math question. Then you throw the child to the wolf anyways.
Yeah.
But like, wouldn't you disprove with the math question if the guy has a large PP?
No, because it needs to be it can't be that way. Kev, Jesus. This is obviously a very complex question that you are failing to understand. Like, the mathematiology behind the PP implies the answer to the question before any question is asked. Like, it's a flaw-proof stratagem.
I see.
As demonstrated by the fact that the Romans conquered literally everyone.
It's true.
And then they came to Africa and they saw big peepees. And what else did they see, V? Mud huts. As far as the eyes could see. And so
Yep.
turned Marcus to Aurelius and said, look, further proof of our evolved senses.
Well, yeah, but like when they went to Egypt, and in the Bible it does say that the Egyptian had it the size of donkeys, and Egypt was quite developed for that time period.
Well, they got their asses kicked by Rome, who made fun of their armies and then occupied them. They didn't even bother occupying them because they were so weak they could just force them to be their little bitches and they would just comply. Now, Glowy says, did you guys the Jesus. Spelling. Did you guys the Mechanicus is becoming a reality? Scientists have successfully incorporated biological tissue to robots, muscle tissue for better motor function, and brain tissue to help computer process things.
Sounds fun.
It does. It sounds like we can eventually have some kind of an abomination created.
Oh, I was thinking about sex doll. Okay.
I don't want a sex android, thank you very much. Sex robot or nothing. There shall be no fleshy bits on this.
Why?
Like, how
if
gross is that? Like, you just incorporate a vagina that you ripped out of someone and just, like, slap it in there. Like, I don't want to fuck that.
It's actually
because it's
a granny's
Hold on.
vagina too. Oh no.
You know why you don't want that? Because it would friend zone you. Admit it.
I wouldn't even know where it was from.
What are you talking about, B? You have problems being friend zoned? He's like, I'm
I
married.
remember like this Guardian article where they were like talking about some company that was making sex dolls. It's like they need consent. Like if they don't consent and you still do it, it goes limp. And I'm thinking like like I'm pretty sure like some sick people would be turned on by that, and B, like so now you can get friend zoned by your own.
Well, it goes limp. I'm like, damn, my sex robot is malfunctioning today. Oh well.
Yeah, like imagine you have a sex
What, am I
doll,
supposed to
right?
stop and be like, oh no, she's not consenting. I shall cease my activities.
Think about it this way, right? Like you have your sex doll, and she's like, you know what, Arch? I value our friendship so much that I just don't want to make this more complicated.
All right, honey, bend over. Your wires have gotten crossed again. To be fair, women can be like this. Occasionally, you have to pop them open and check their wiring. There's usually a mechanical problem somewhere. Glowy says, Kibbs, America uses weapons from the 70s and 80s. Actually, we have some from the 60s still. The helicopters that was used in Afghanistan for evacuation has been used for like 60 years. The American army is a piece of shit, I agree.
My people, mein Volk, mein Lieben. How could you do this to me?
Folk! Stop using the fucking V!
Well, we got V here. I might as well use them. He's like, what?
Sajad says, I hope she's only the lead writer for the Tyranids dialogue. That would be fitting.
Rear. Men are bad. Rear. Men are bad. Rear. Men are bad.
Suggesting roaring noises, like sexually suggesting roaring noises.
Here,
like if they all right, if they would start writing for the Tyranids, they would first of all like they would give gender to the Tyranids, and then it would be like the Tyranids are actually misunderstood.
yeah, they would. And then in between roars and screeches, they'd be like, trans rights, rare. It'd be so cringe. It'd be beautiful.
God damn it, Gibbs.
What's wrong? Rare.
The thing that's wrong is that I actually believe it.
Rare. Trans rights, rare.
It would be mildly funny for at least 5 seconds before I shut off the video game and never looked at it ever again.
I mean, it would be kind of hilarious because you're slaughtering them.
I would actually give you money, Arch, if you can come up with a like progressive Tyranids. Like how would the progressive writer make the Tyranids?
Well, it'd be really simple. There'd be 2 Tyranids, and they'd be just roaring and yelling at one another. Then one will pop off screen and get like a problematic hairdo. And now it comes back and like, now I'm superior. Then the other one goes away. It chops off one of its limbs. Now I'm disabled, therefore superior. And you can see points over their heads, like oppression scores.
You
Other one
used
pops
this.
away, comes back in blackface.
You used this joke like 4 years ago. Oh my god.
Yes, so it's relevant again now.
Or just like, I've been sitting on it, waiting. Fair enough. If you remembered it that long, fair fucking enough.
Not to mention, Kyle, you get to shut the fuck up when it comes to reusing jokes.
That's my shtick, though. I recycle because I'm helping the environment.
I just
Mark Deshame says, so Mark had announced him ending his death, the death upstairs, another one bites the dust. Yes, I know. Well, it was pretty inevitable, because what can he fucking do? He's going to continue, and GW's going to sue him? Why would he? Like, that's just dumb.
you get
Yeah.
so many super chats compared to me. Now I'm jealous.
Well,
Me,
build
I
up
have a
your
much smaller
following.
channel than you.
It's Kibb's luck, by the way. It's because I'm here.
Fuck no. Have you seen? You should look at Kyle's channel. He gets like 2 super chats.
Firstly,
Yeah.
it's
Logic,
3.
But that logic, Gibbs is here. So like I should get super chats because Gibbs is here, but I don't. So
Well, the luck burns out before it gets to you. It's like, what?
I see.
Bullshit.
Not to mention, the Kibbs is an expensive creature. You should see his food bill.
Food bill. I wish I was an
Yes,
expensive
I
creature.
dine purely on the finest lobster sautéed in butter and honey.
I had a lobster, and everyone's like, billionaire.
Like, you fucking bourgeois little bitch.
I had the lobster as well. It tastes horrible.
What? V?
Not
Get
that
out.
bad.
Trans Tyranids actually makes more sense than normal Tyranids. They can literally transition to any gender or life form even. I don't think it works that way. I think like they like that the individual Tyranid can't transition, but like if the Tyranid hive mind wants them to transition, then they can just create new Tyranids that are different.
But they have to be individual. No, wait, they have to have the hive mind. Fuck. Their narrative. It doesn't work.
Yeah, like if you have a Tyranid, right, and let's say it's got like male genitalia, And the hive mind thinks like, no, like from now on all Tyranids need to have like female genitalia. They would just create new ones, but the ones that are already made wouldn't be able to change their genitalia.
See, I question your narrative, and I call you a bigoted, transphobe, racist. Now what do you do? Now what are you going to do?
I would create the Zerg, which can actually transition. Like the Zerg can change all of the creatures on the fly. So, like a Zerling can evolve after it was spawned, and a Tyranid can't do that.
I still disavow.
Would the Zerg beat the Tyranids though?
The one rip off the other so much that there's no difference between the two anymore. Mr. Coconut 132 says simply, so the mega chat guy. No. So John, examples of woke SJW stuff is a tech priest who is non-binary, a navigatrix using neo-pronouns, and feminazi Titan Legion that could reliably... No, there's actually been a couple of things with that in 40k. The non-binary tech priest is one of them. The pronouns Zia, Zero, Zero, or something like that, which makes me start thinking in German, like, yeah, Zia. Sehr wünschen den infant half. Never mind. Mark Shane, yet the US has generals that initially lost a war and remain a general. The only way that is possible is through treachery. It's got a good point. The US should fall to Norway. We settled it first, Kyle. Time to give it back.
Arch,
what?
I
No
have
proof.
to leave because wife demands my presence.
Traitor V, you made it. You made it so close to the end. Damn it.
Well, she says that it's almost 3 a.m. and I'm doing noises.
Oh, yeah, that's fair enough.
Was fun.
Pretty weak, but okay.
Was fun doing this, by the way.
We'll bring you on again.
Yeah, I loved it.
Good.
So
you did enjoy talking about getting sounded, didn't you?
She's like,
sorry for leaving a little bit earlier, but yeah.
That's fine. Just promise to tell your wife about sounding.
And
ask her if she could get sounded. There you go.
No.
You can answer the question.
Jesus Christ.
It's good bedroom talk. You're welcome.
Yeah, anyway. Thank you guys for having me, and I'll see you all later.
Yeah. Good night.
Now we need to sit here a bit in awkward silence until we hear him leave, because otherwise we can't backtalk him.
Alright, so back to V.
Back to V.
Looks like you never know if he's going to add something else before he goes.
It's true. So Job says, produce reliably bred princeps and turn male offspring into servitors or orphaning them off or giving them the mandatory gender change, the mechanicus. Continuation. So Jod also says, it would kill to have a steady means of producing princeps. They've turned their legio into a breeding farm for them because princeps are ultra rare. Breeding farms. I think we should go back to having breeding farms. It's a pretty interesting concept, frankly. I see nothing particularly wrong with it either. No objections from Kyle. Good. You all know what that means.
It means nothing.
Speaking of,
I had a scratch.
Need to
what?
Log on to Arch here, and I need to go and get some blood from Kyle and Bubbles whilst they're sleeping and can't fight back.
You piece of shit. Arch is like, let me just finger their bodies.
Mark James says a prediction for Space Marine 2. They are my female Space Marines, and they shall be stunning and brave. They probably shall be stunning and brave.
Mira's gonna be
probably pretty disgusting.
Mira's gonna have pink hair now.
Practice is gonna have the problem glasses.
He's gonna do the wow face, like whoa.
We should play more Arc today on your stream.
Yeah, we can. I might have to make a hamburger or something.
Same. I also want to make not a hamburger, but something.
Something edible.
Look, Bubbles is turning blue.
You
Oh,
murderous fuck.
that's so terrible. That's so terrible. Oh, that's awful.
I messed around in Dreadnoughts a bit. That's coming along nicely.
Try
Got a
it.
ways.
It doesn't have multiplayer, I don't think.
No, I said I messed around in it. It's coming along nicely. I hope it gets a multiplayer campaign. That'd be cool.
The current campaign is pathetic. Like it's not a campaign at all. It's a quick battle generator.
Yep. That's not the interesting part. The
but
just the combat.
The gameplay is really quite solid. I do enjoy that.
They added people now. I don't know if they do anything, but you can now track how many people you have on your boat.
They can die. They absolutely can die.
Mm-hmm.
And if your ship gets entirely decrewed, Yusa gets a bonus.
Yep.
So you want to keep them alive whenever possible, which is not always as easy as you might think. No. Not as easy as you might think. Nuddle says, "Hail, Dark Lords. Speaking of necessary but regrettable gatekeeping, Final Fantasy XIV has temporarily suspended sales of their base plus complete edition, free trial, and most of their advertisement. Victims of success equals high queue times for Final Fantasy XIV. Well, it was just a weak, pathetic weeb game at the end of the day. It was inevitable it would crack and break."
They're really dropping the ball in terms of upgrading the servers and getting stuff going.
They do kind of need to get going on actually, like, making the infrastructure for their success. Yes, that would be nice.
Well, their success is more of Activision's failing.
Hey, tomato.
Mm-hmm.
A Monkey342 game says, "Well, there's a reason the Soviets killed other Soviet revolutionaries. What they do works. Might as well steal their tactics." That's true. After a revolution, it tends to be a quick genocide of the other bunch of revolutionaries, just to make sure that they don't get any, silly ideas or anything.
They don't need their manpower anymore. That's why they incorporate, all branches of their ideology. And then they're like, all right, time to purge.
Yep. And once they are in power, well, they look at which branches are no longer quite so necessary.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite useful, frankly. Yes.
Consolidation of power.
Let's put Kibbles and Bubbles' blood in the fridge. There you go.
You little vampire.
It's for a good cause, Kyle. Mark James says, "Voldemort did a good video on chaos using a theoretical chaos god Eros, the god of love, and shows how something good could be twisted so horribly." Well, yeah. I mean, the twisting of love into something horrible is... I feel like I'm being an asshole here, but that is the most basic bitch of, look, this good thing can be evil. Like, love can be one of the most destructive forces in the fucking universe, pretty much. And God only knows how many crimes have been committed.
Yep.
In the name of love.
Hell, that was the entire plot of the prequels. Like, the love is what really fucking borked Anakin over.
Yes.
And the fear of loss.
You can indeed fuck something up pretty bad with love.
Mm-hmm. Whammons.
Chris B says, "I'm not super deep into 40k lore, but are there any convincing interpretation of Malice and the possibility that he's actually the Emperor's manifestation in the warp?" I wouldn't say that it's likely that he's the Emperor's manifestation in the warp. No, because Malice is very much so a chaos deity. He behaves like a chaos deity. He has a very simple objective: to fuck with chaos. Like, there's no motivation beyond that. He doesn't have a plan. He's not trying to build anything. He's not trying to create anything. He just doesn't like chaos, because in a universe where chaos is shit and awful and does a lot of terrible things, and believing in something makes it true, you're obviously going to get an anti-chaos god of some sort going.
Mm-hmm.
Glow in the Dark says, "V, orcs just want to have fun. Arch, stop calling them bad for having a good time. Arch, they have fun from fighting and killing. They are bad." Does that make them bad? Well, that depends on if they're fighting and killing knowingly, or if they're simply following their instincts. Is a lion bad for eating a journalist? I didn't think so. Gunfox says, as much as it pains me, the snow monkey is correct. Wood stove is the best for heating a house. Also, breed kibs. May the kibs army of literal rats take over Europe and the snow monkeys. Kibs and his army of children again. Fucking kibs, disgusting.
Listen, we gotta get manpower from somewhere. Scraping the bottom of the barrel here.
Scraping the bottom of the kibs. I believe the theoretical term is mating press.
Arch,
Oh,
dumpster.
disgusting.
Scroll in there.
Mate kibs. Matey kibs? That one's good. Matey kibs. It sounds British now. I like it. Kyle, you were supposed to say, yes, that's a fantastic idea.
No. I refuse to adhere to this nonsense.
Gay ass bastard.
He's like, hey, my narrative. It's weak and flimsy.
Glowy says politicians said dueling is beneath them. Fact checkers have checked this. Unless it is beneath the mantle of a planet near hell, it is still too high of a standard for politicians, so false. For once, I agree with the fact checkers on this. There is no standard beneath a politician. I simply do not agree on the... I don't agree with the very premise of that. Like, that's the thing. We keep being like, under the entire Trump regime, let's call it that because we're on YouTube, right? They were like, Trump lies. He lies. He has no dignity as a politician. He makes lying noises. I'm like, oh no, a politician that makes lies, that exaggerates the truth. We have never seen such a thing before. The man must be stopped before he goes mad. Fucking retarded. And now Biden is there, sitting in the White House being, I raised the debt ceiling. This means I'm paying my debts, right? Yes. That's exactly what it means.
If the debts go higher, going higher. Just keep printing money.
The debts can always grow more, young Anakin.
Kick the can down the road, Anakin. What could possibly go wrong? He is kicking the can down the road, and it's going to be a interesting debacle for the next administration.
Bog says, you all keep forgetting that Notch worked on Minecraft for years and only posted about it on V. That's how it got so popular. That's true, in part. Yeah, he worked on it for absolute ages. Very slow, very steady progress, lots of feedback from the community. And he also engaged heavily with a ridiculously autistic group of people. And that also was what actually demonstrated the abilities of the game, too. Because Minecraft is just kind of a building simulator. You know, it's a building tool. At the end of the day, if you don't play with Minecraft, you'll have no fun. Like, you need to have an objective. You need to be doing something. You need to be making something.
Like Legos.
And even more so to begin with, when there was no real gameplay beyond avoid the screaming green things.
Yeah, before there was a survival mode.
Mm-hmm.
And the half-baked story mode.
But V, of course, it gave them all the content they could ever possibly want, as they went crazy and made every insane thing under the fucking sky. Like, they would make like entire star destroyers and absolute crazy shit.
The entire map of Lord of the Rings with an actual to scale like City of Gondor and stuff like that.
Yep. Or that one crazy dude who made a functional computer in Minecraft.
You know, Minecraft is remarkably flexible. If you're ever curious and you haven't looked at it, chat, just look at the modding scene for Minecraft. You can turn it into like the weirdest survival games you've never even thought of.
Yep. And a lot of that was the reason for Minecraft's success. A lot of people that put a lot of time and a lot of autism into making a absolutely insanely weird and creative video game. Gunny Arlequin says, to paraphrase Yahtzee Croshaw, I thought it was Crenshaw, the accumulation of golden pixel is detrimental to the global quality of the product, which is why most of my favorite games these past years have not been AAA. That is absolutely an element of it. The more you fixate on just the visuals, the less you are likely to be able to fixate on what really matters, the quality of the game. And that is a decided problem.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe one day Kyle will understand this too and be like, oh my god, I shouldn't have concentrated so much on making my game with Unreal Engine graphics or something.
What? We're using Unity. So it's not much you pay attention. No, I'm kidding. Barch is kidding, right? Right, Barch? Do the right Barch meme. Help.
No.
We tried.
Geold says, now hold on. There are a few of these things. T850 was the original, followed by the liquid metal T1000. Ah, yes.
Ah.
See, I expect this from V because he doesn't know any better. That's part of the reason too. I think he won't like Wargame because, like, yes, you need to know what all of these things are. But I expected more from you, Kyle, and yet you're there too. Like, ah, yes, the T42.
Yeah, the thing is, like, V's contagious. Like, his V-ness was starting to rub off on me. I could feel my military knowledge being sapped away. As I just been like, the P-51 Mustang is a car, right? And Arch is like, that,
and the Mustang is a car, that's correct. Not the P-51, but the Mustang definitely is.
P-38 Lightning car, McQueen?
To be fair, the P-38 Lightning would make for a pretty fucking awesome car in many ways.
P-38 Lightning is cute. Look at it, it's just like, what spins around?
Does it spin around, though? Why would it spin around?
When it gets shot down, it spins around a little bit.
That is theoretically correct. Battle Mode says, Russia have a tiny economy, relatively speaking. They've got nukes, that's about it. I wouldn't worry about it. Honestly, yeah, their military is not that great. It really is not all that impressive. I mean, against Ukraine, I'm sure it'll do the job, but...
Against Europe and the rest of the free world, not so much.
They're gonna have a hard time over there. They very much so are. Uzake13 says Ukraine has a huge problem with corruption, so lots of money to modernization of the army and soldiers' wages went to Switzerland. Lots of people really hate their politicians and would not go to war for them. Now that is a very good point and a very important point as well. I'm not at all sure the Ukrainian army will be willing to fight for Ukraine in its current situation.
What about the
people?
Ukrainian
government is not very strong at all.
Oh, corruption, yeah.
Yes. That is a major problem. You can have the best army in the world, but if it doesn't want to fight, you're not getting anywhere. That is a problem, and Ukraine might have it. Sentinel Rex says, if you want to cut spending, we need to pass legislation where if we pass a program that costs money, we need to cut 2 programs of equal value. Watch the left's head pop try to argue why that's racist. Well, the problem is, in many cases, there are programs that will create money long term. Like investments in infrastructure, for example, is ludicrously expensive, but it will tremendously benefit a nation in the long run. Like if the US hadn't had the massive infrastructure spending program that was initiated by, I believe, Eisenhower during the Cold War, US infrastructure would be garbage, and their logistical system would be worse than garbage. And they're still not done paying that back. Like, that loan has not been repaid, and is not going to get repaid for a very, very long time yet either. But I do agree in theory, particularly when it comes to social spending. Like, if somebody is presenting a massive social spending program, they should also come up with a very clear plan as to how that is supposed to be not monetized, but financed. And it can't simply be, oh, we'll just print more money. No, not good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Balancing the budget. That was something governments used to do. And then we realized, you know what? Let's just move away from the gold standard and just make as much money as we need. And suddenly, everything got a whole lot simpler, frankly.
We'll just borrow money we don't have. What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? And, well, it's been going for decades now, and it's still going.
Impressive. Most impressive.
It's remarkable how long a deficit can last. Bog says, for the price of a castle in Texas, you can buy your own city in Mexico. With all the slot Indian workers, you could ever want, Arch. I mean, my lord. Good. See, that's true, but I'd have to pay blood money to the fucking cartels, and that would just make me nervous, honestly.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame you there.
Then again, I might be able to get the cartels on my side, and I'll just have like, yes, I'll pay you money, and you provide me with hookers and blowjobs. And they'll be like, how much money you'll pay? 20% of my income? And they're like, yes, that's way more than we were going to ask. Like, yes, that's way lower than Norway wages.
Listen, don't tell them that.
Taxes saved. The Mexican mafia might not be anywhere near as greedy as the Norwegian government. So John says, V, the ghost of V, why do you care what your house is heated from? You heat your house from petrol stolen from Americans. See, that would work, but you should heat it with whale oil instead, because nothing is less environmentally friendly, and nothing is... Because you can then say to the SJWs that you are literally heating your house based on the suffering of animals.
Beautiful.
That'll work well. Glow in the dark. Build back better. Build an infrastructure bill or shovel ready and Solindra on steroids is mostly kickback and money laundering 60%. I think doesn't even address the issues they claim the bills are for. I mean, it's $1 trillion spending bill that nobody got to read. I'm sure it's fucking flawless, frankly. Desert Hamster says, chimney sweeping is exactly like sounding. Is it, Kyle?
Yeah, basically, with the house. He's like, wow, that's very based.
I think you're lying to me. I've determined that you are lying, and I shall sue you.
I'm suing this man because he said chimneys are like sounding.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
That is my legal argument, Your Honor. Decide the case on your merit, I guess. I feel like that might be a weak argument, but... 94 Razor says, you can still duel in Texas, but it's fists only and you have to have witnesses. Texas is sounding more and more promising, methinks, yes. Marked Ashamed says, NFTs is better than the Great Reset will happen, or when it will be legal to own physical property, bit I doubt the commies would keep their hands off. I still think the NFTs are a pretty fucking stupid idea. And I'm pretty sure they should be pretty ashamed of themselves, generally speaking. God, it's such a retarded thing. Here, you can get this digital picture, and only you will have it. How will you enforce this? Prayers and well wishes?
See, if they really believed in the whole, like, oh, you know, you can get a picture that you will have, what they could do is they could just simply send the picture via a thumb drive and keep it on a local storage device. And in theory, yeah, they would have that picture. But then it has no value because nobody knows it exists outside of one person.
Yep. But hey, it would be only your picture. That is true.
Yep, only you would have it.
The problem is the only value of a picture is kind of, showing it off. Oh well. Should be an issue. Lucian says, it feels like every time anyone not cancelled does a live Warhammer broadcast, some LGBT cultists pop up to ask about stupid questions like, how does the Imperium feel about LGBTQ issues? I can answer that. The Imperium could not care less about any of that nonsense because it's fighting a war against enormous space insects, and frankly, it's got more important shit to worry about. Literally. That's the answer to the question right there. That is the answer. The only answer. And the only answer that will ever exist.
Hold on. In the grim, dark future of the 41st millennium, we have to ask, what's your pronouns? As we send each guardsman into their battle to, obviously die for the Emperor.
Pronouns?
Just, I gotta know nameless character who's about to die for no reason. Like, die in this meat grinder of a war. It's like, Oh, well, man.
At least we know whether or not they have or not even whether or not they have, whether or not they believe they have PP of a JJ. I believe I was born with both, in fact. I see. That's fascinating. Have you also been born with a wild variety of mental diseases? Oh. Can't stop being bigoted.
I haven't said anything.
Dion says peak ArchCast content right here, folks. That was about the discussion of the poop, and that was mostly Kyle's fault. Yes.
Sure. Sure it was, Blondie.
Kyle, explain to me how the shit thing was not your fault, huh?
Don't worry about it. I don't need to explain.
Explain it to me.
Because chat knows.
Explain it to me. Come on. Come on.
Who's the one who comes into my streams and brings up the Caro cost? And we have to talk about, like, the Caro cost and how the Caro cost happened. And how did they process the cars in the Caro cost? Because the Cars universe does mention that the Caro cost did happen. Or just having PTSD is like, how does it work? He's relapsing, chat. Not gonna work, Bart. You can't just sit there in awkward silence and think you win anything.
I can. And by God, I will.
He's like, if I just pretend don't say nothing, then I didn't talk about the Caro cost. Not how that works. I do like the people that are asking me the what now.
So Kyle was talking about the Caro cost on his stream, and he was like, "We should gas all the Jewish cars." And I was like, "Kyle, that's terrific. No, that's terrible. No, it's terrible."
I mean, I'm glad you're learning gymnastics from the people that are trying to cancel you. Like, at least you learned something, because damn, those guys really have jelly spines. Like, whoa, as their head goes straight up their ass.
Kyle, that's disgusting. How dare you? How dare you? How double dare you? How triple dare you? That was quite the sound. Fine. I mean, we can't talk about the Caro cost on Kyle's channel. Mark James says, I need to finish my script of shit in Warhammer 40k. Which factions do and which doesn't? Well, hurry up back to it then. What are you still here for? Magnus says, Arch, have you ever shown Kibbs your crops condom? Oh, we don't use those here.
Oh, no. I don't know what this is. This sounds scary.
It is, in many ways. Don't worry, it'll be scarier for Bubbles than for you. He didn't understand that one. That disappointed me.
It's not my fault.
Varnell says, to clarify my earlier super chat, Final Fantasy XIV it's insane a company like Square would pull the most successful game off shelves for players. Well, it is insane. Like it's a crazy situation. I don't question it, but They had to. Like, if they're not going to be willing to put up the server space, they gotta stop people from, getting in. As retarded as it sounds. Though, I get too, though, why they aren't willing to just fork out the money, honestly, because they probably also know that their current mass of people is not going to last. So they're going to be very careful. They don't want to pay fuck tons of money now to set up a massive server farm, and then in 2 months people will be like, goodbye.
Like, oh no.
Like all of those yen right down the drain. How could this happen to me? Me.
Well, they're about to find out.
I don't think they need to find out. I think they can just stay safe and sound in their little bubble and be happy, Kyle. Abdi Muhammad says, tell V I'll cheat again, and also the Japanese literally did heinous stuff to Nanjing. So clearly the Japanese Empire can do a lot. Ah, Nanjing. The moment at which people suddenly realize, wow, the Japanese are pretty based. I disavow Nanjing, just in case anyone wonders. Though, I will make one defense here, and that is that during Nanjing, a German, this is the proof, right, that even the worst thing, just how, the silly example, did you know love can be a negative emotion when taken to the extremes? Yes, doctor, thank you. But even the worst thing can be a positive thing. I can give you an example of literally the swastika, as used by Adolphus Hitlerus, being used in an extraordinarily positive manner that even the SJWs will agree was positive. You see, during the bombing of Nanking and China, a German doctor had received I think it was like a 7-foot tall swastika banner. Like, it was hilariously massive. And he'd been ordered to raise this on top of the radio tower. But it was so fucking big, it just wasn't happening. Like, it just wasn't happening. And so they just kept it stored away, because they were like, what are we going to do with this enormous banner? And whilst the Japs were bombing the city, the doctor hung it up so that the swastika was pointing up towards the sky like a tarp, and used it to protect Chinese refugees who were hiding beneath it, because the Japanese would see the flag and go, oh, that's our allies, don't bomb that. And it worked.
Mm-hmm.
There, we have now proven that Nazi Germany was a force for good in the world.
Just ignore, every war crime ever.
Well, Kyle, I'm not saying they were perfect. I'm just saying that on average, their performance was still pretty bad.
Listen, you gotta start somewhere, even if it is at rock bottom.
That's true. You literally do have to start somewhere. And more often than not, it will literally be rock bottom. Yes, Nazi Germany was an aspirational piece, you see. Striving towards a better tomorrow or something. We're stretching this one a little bit, I feel. Just a bit, though. Zonta says, how did my complaining about single-family unit house laws turn into discussion about alternative lifestyles? Seriously, can you not even read? It's because you wrote it weird. You can't complain. Skulgar Thane says, I finally tune in, and as expected, we're delving deep into penile law. I'm starting to believe Arch has a phallic fascination. A phallucination, if you will.
Oh my god. Cursed.
You're missing the common factor here. It's not Arch, it's Kibbs.
Uh-huh. The one who brings it up. He's like, he's telling
Yes, precisely, Kyle. The one who brings it up. You. Kyle, you just owned yourself.
Jinx, you owe me a soda.
You
He's like,
just
no.
owned yourself. El D'Agusto says, I thought you were a physician. Men can do kegels to aid in physical therapy for back and pelvic pain. I can kegel 50 pounds. Does that mean you can lift 50 pounds with your asshole? Because if that's true, I almost want to see it. For Kib's breeding purposes, Archibald needs to make Kibs do daily kegels. Ah, so his butthole will be nice and tight for the penises. Yeah, I see.
Interesting. Barchman's wigging out. He's like, "Wow."
Well, I'm not saying that, you know, that we need to consider the alternatives of this lifestyle, but I think we might need to consider the alternatives of this lifestyle.
Uh-huh.
Kyle's not providing me with counter commentary today. He's being a lazy bastard.
The Barchman is grasping at straws, some might say. Some might even say he is a straw.
Glowy says, what a wide range of topics today. Have you ever gotten gurgling foreshock in your gut before pain that makes you bend over, then pressure builds, the third battering ram is at the gate, as soon as the pants drop, it explodes out?
What the fuck do you eat, boy? A bomb?
Well, certain dishes can be quite explosive, you know.
I mean, I know that. When I first had alcohol and accidentally drank chocolate milk, apparently that curdles in your stomach. That is a pain of great pain.
A pain of great pain.
I don't know. It was quite. I went from being like, I'm happy in the stream to being like, I feel sad. And I'm like, I feel bad. I feel very bad.
Maybe you should just not drink chocolate milk ever again. Have you ever considered that?
Chocolate milk's great. Just chocolate milk and alcohol at the same time is less great.
Questions. And finally, we have IDW saying, IDW is glad Kyle had at least one friend, a pet rock. Oh, that one stung.
I think IDW is going to get tossed into the dumpster again.
That one stung.
Methinks so. Methinks so indeed.
That one stung.
I don't think it did. I think you're coping, Barch.
That's terrible. How dare you? How double dare you?
I
How
extra
triple dare you? How quadruple dare you?
I am beyond your dare reach.
I am beyond your dairy?
Yeah, your dairy products. Your dairy products cannot harm me, Imperial.
I mean, that's not necessarily untrue.
See, it just means I'm not lactose intolerant. Now, if I was, from India, I'd be like, your dairy products will kill me.
Your dairy products hold much power over me.
Oh God,
Please.
you remember that Swiss commercial for fondue cheese? Where he's like, I love the smell of cheese in the morning. And the fucking Indian dude strapped to the table is like, I am a lactose intolerant. And the fucking Swiss dude's like, you foreign fuck. So he pours the fondue over it.
I definitely don't remember this. In fact, I think this sounds rather racist, and
It is. It's a great commercial. I'll go get it for you.
Rather vividly, I must disavow. Kyle's like, I enjoy watching Indians with lactose intolerant be absolutely covered in milk and dairy products.
Hold on.
Vile.
The selected predictions are hateful, sexually explicit, violent, dangerous, and harmful. That's what I got for typing, I love the smell of cheese in the morning.
That sounds pretty fucking hot, I can't lie.
What? I found the commercial. There we go.
That sounds pretty great. Send it to me.
I will. I just need to vet it to make sure it's not actually filled with porn or something, because you never know on YouTube. This commercial will make you happy. And I will play it for chat because it's good. It's wholesome. Much like everything in the world.
Love the smell of cheese in the morning. But I am a lucky
I feel like this might be a copyright strike at the very least waiting to happen.
I don't think so. Fondue boarding. See? Pretty based. He squealed.
You are not. Fondue boarding. That's awful. That's absolutely awful.
He was screaming.
That is absolutely awful.
It's such a good commercial. It's one of the most memorable things I've ever seen.
I mean, to be fair, that is a memorable as fuck commercial. I am not going to deny that. God damn it, Kyle. This is why your nation is collapsing.
I've enlightened chat with a great commercial. Just type in, I love the smell of cheese in the morning. It'll be the first result if you want to watch it again. Or share it with friends. Because it's good. It's funny. It deserves to be shared.
Well, with that, I will wrap up the stream. Thank you all very much for watching. Yes.
Watching.
And thank you very much to V for sticking around until the end. V.
Really stuck through there, didn't you, V? He's like, nee. Somewhere he's sleeping.
Really stuck it out there. Yeah.
Uh-oh, they might be trying widening for the first time.
They might. There's every possibility that he returns to his darling wife and goes like, so, honey, I would like to ram this metal rod up your pee hole. A proposition that can only end in one of two ways. Either the bedroom eyes going, really? Or, I want a divorce.
Well, we'll find out. We'll find out if it's the latter. Imagine it not too long. Oh, man.
Not too long. That's not too bad, though. Right, until next time, I've been Arch. Thank you all very much for watching, and I hope to see you all again soon. And we might be playing Ark on Kyle's server soon. Yeah. So
on my channel, The Bickering Bunch.
Right.
Go subscribe to me. No, I'm kidding. All right.
Yeah, I'm kidding too.
Me too.
Have a good day.